Endurance, resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Michael to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive from Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Good morning, my APAC Warriors. It's another installment of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. My name's Trid. I'm going to be joining Avril, who's running a bit of gauntlet of talent this week. I think you had, Seth yesterday, me today, and you've probably got someone else tomorrow. God knows where you're going to end up next, apparently.
Also, good evening to the APACers on the right time zone.
The right time zone, Okay.
The local time zone. A lot of EU viewers, I imagine. That's it's your crew, Trid, so good morning to those fellas. But we are in for a good day, I hope. A triple header here. Going to charge Seoul Dynasty. Seoul, who are looking indomitable right now. You can see the regular season record of 12-3. It's the best in the region currently. And so far, none of those losses have come from this particular stage. So in Summer Showdown, they've been flawless. Guangzhou Charge 2-12. They just received their second ever win so far, and it came in Summer Showdown. So they got a win versus LA Valiant in Kickoff Clash. I believe that was on the first day of matches total. And now, just recently, I think it was even yesterday, the Guangzhou Charge, sorry, not yesterday, last week, it was Guangzhou Charge versus LA Valiant. So again, they beat
the only
Valiant
team they can
twice.
beat,
It seems like the only team that they can beat so far, but maybe that can change.
Well, hopefully it can change, but they have got a tall order going against the Seoul, as you can look at the overall season standings there. Seoul currently on top via points. I think they have, if we added like a maps played or a matches played column there, you'd probably explain why they're ahead of the Shanghai Dragons. I think the Dragons need to play catch up. They're going to be playing later today. So that will give them a chance to catch up on points, provided that the Seoul Dynasty don't run away and continue their obscene map win streak that they're on at the moment.
Yeah, Shanghai got 2 matches still to play this weekend. They have Philadelphia, then Chengdu, so there is plenty of chance for them to even up the score lines. Points, it'll be a bit hard to catch up on because, well, Seoul have all the bonus points from winning Kickoff Clash, and Seoul and Shanghai both made mid-season, so they both get a point from that. Huge map differential, though, and a lot of that does come from the fact that Shanghai have had way more map 5s, way more closer series with map 4s as well. Seoul, a lot more map 3s, just 3-0s, generally speaking. A lot of map 3s that end in 3-0s. And the rest of the pack, all in the middle there, trying to avoid last place, especially those last 2 teams. It's Valiant and Charge kind of in a battle against each other to make the top 6, which guarantees them at least into play-ins.
Yeah, they will be trying to get there to the end of the season, but let's take a look at the Charge roster. No real changes here, no surprises. Jimmy, Choi Se-won, Krong, Xerneas, and Farway in the lineup. Jimmy had an amazing performance last week, made us lose a few vocal cords and shouting at the obscenity they were putting on. And the rest of the Charge roster, I think they looked a little bit more comfortable in this meta. I think we were going with Avril, but they're still not 100% competing with the upper echelons of what APAC can offer just yet.
Which is about to happen now. They're about to compete with the upper echelons, so they have had the extra week to figure it out. It does seem like, the more we have seen them, the more they have improved. And now they have to kind of use every inch of that. The only thing to look back on is the fact that their win was against the Valiant, who do look much improved themselves, who do look like a bit of a force themselves. That being said, Valiant still got 0-3 by Seoul just yesterday. The last map was competitive, Circuit Royale versus Seoul Dynasty, but beyond that, it never really truly felt like it was out of the hands of Seoul to win that series. So, Charged with a lot of work to do, given that the opponents that they beat did get taken down by the Dynasty, who at this stage are on track to probably finish this weekend 12-0 in maps won and lost, so nothing lost. They probably can have a 3-0 victory against Guangzhou Charge as well if all things go as predicted, unless the Guangzhou Charge really pull through something special today.
And then take a look at the Seoul lineup. Stalker, Fit, Smurf, Prophet, and Vindame, lining that one up as well. Yeah, this is a weird thing for me as well, Avril. I disappear, I come back, and Prophet's playing support. I know he's probably done it a couple of times in Apex so far, but for me, it's like that's a new experience seeing Prophet in that position.
And he's been doing very well. He's been extremely good on that role. Almost DPS-like in the amount of damage and frags and kill participation that he has on this brig. Obviously, we are aware that the creative Eris trade did happen, so part of me wonders, like, was it because the creative just wasn't there because they were trading him, or is it something they would have done anyway? In either case, Eris is not going to be playing probably for the rest of the stage, given how good Prophet has been on this hero and on this team. So, you know, as mentioned in the cast system with Achilles, there's just no reason to change what's already working for the squad. If you're already on a roll, you're already dominating everyone. You know, why try and fix what's not broken? So for Soul Dynasty, you know, I could see this. I could see them taking this all the way on this lineup alone.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Seems to be the old adage, and it's paying true right now. Busan, our first map in this series. We're going to kick things off, I think. I give a cheeky little sneak preview. Looks like we're going to kick things off on Mecca Base today, Avril.
Sometimes it does lie to you, so we'll see what happens. But
I lied to you with downtown. I got the downtown shot first, and I waited a bit, and then it switched over to Mecca.
Does do that. But yeah, we've had now Stalker, by the way, 3-time player of the match. Yesterday was his birthday as well, his 19th. And the player of the match didn't even have anything to do with his birthday. He was just that good. So he's been phenomenal so far on the Genji.
Do we hand him out? Do we hand him out like that if it's the birthday? Do we just go like, at your birthday you get player of the match? I don't think we've ever recorded one of those.
It'd be hard for everyone's birthday to fall on a match day. Like that would have to be a very specific thing, you know? I'd have to imagine it's quite rare. So, I don't know. Speedily and Stalker both had one. But beyond that, who knows? Let's take a look at what's going to happen out in this neutral. Yep, Mecca Base. Like you mentioned here.
Just going to keep themselves going. Million around the pillar. Stalker goes for a nice cut through, but does get cut down. That's Krong and Jimmy join the first kills of the fight, and that's Charge win the neutral.
Charge coming out big time on that first neutral. Like you sort of mentioned there, Jimmy with the first blood. Huge snowball coming on through. I don't think they even really lost anyone, so that's a gigantic win for the Charge straight off the bat. It's exactly what they need versus a team like the Soul Dynasty. Now to hold on to this lead and try and gain some further advantage from that. Fight ends fast enough that no one's really too far ahead. Maybe Xerneas and Farway support line a little bit further ahead than their counterparts on the Soul Dynasty.
It's a bit unfortunate from Jimmy. Misses the disruptor shot like that, but they'll make do anyway. Smurf under a lot of focus right now, keeping around about the 50% HP mark. Krong getting returned as Stalker's just dashing around with these shurikens. Nice sound wave to deflect. It's pretty stagnated for now, but Krong under the kosh again. They need some healing desperately. It's not to be found as Smurf hits him with the carnage. And this is the Dynasty counter-attack. They're looking for Farway as the next target. Easily done with a snipe on the railgun. Turns the attention to Jimmy, and that is Sol with the retake, and it's probably going to happen just under 50%.
All right, and just before any ultimates come through as well, so we talked about Xerneas so far away, but Xerneas will go down at about 97, 96 maybe percent there as well. And Kronk could hold on to his own life and versus Smurf and Soul Dynasty. That will be the first cookie that crumbles. Now we're into the situation where ultimates do become a major factor. Stalker's already onto Blade. This is going to get exchanged from that sound barrier as mentioned previously. No hold of the opening choke there, so Soul will let Counter Charge exit.
Downfall. Stalker pulls out the blade. Vindame's already found Farway. Choicy One gets the beat from Xerneas to keep him alive. Now it's their counter-attack. They cut through two immediately! Choicy One with the third to show Stalker how it's done. And that should be sealing the fight for the Charge as they will flip it back in their favor.
Yeah, they just used everything there. You know, 3 ultimates burned by the Charge, but it's effective. Stalker pulled the blade first, couldn't quite find the kills. And then the extra sound barrier still online for Vindame. Did not end up getting used in that last fight. We'll have value in the next one as far as Rampages are concerned and being able to counter those. But Soul Dynasty, they initially let the Charge out of spawn. Some things will happen here. The overclock from Fitz looking for value.
As Farway using the rally as well, very proactively. Taking that 1, 2. They're on the attack, pushing Dynasty back into the spawn room. They're getting into that final fight territory now, just picking up a few stagger kills at the end, but nothing that the Dynasty can't push up against. They got time for one good fight, one good offensive left in
Just rally. Just rally as well. That's all that Charge needed for that. And I say that let the Seoul Dynasty quote-unquote out of spawn through the choke, but not everyone made it, I don't think. A lot of damage straight away. Look at that!
Oh, Rampage
connects
fighting for counter, only finds free! Xernea's gonna get dropped down. Oh, Smurf finding the second. Stalker's there to clean up Choice A1. Jimmy will try and stag this out to the 99%. They're gonna be able to hit that threshold. Dynasty come out swinging and get the flip.
Yeah, counter charge. Pretty large hit from Krong on the Rampage, and a lot of damage done to Seoul Dynasty as well as they're rotating through. I think Fitz was on minimal HP, but Sound Barrier saving the lives of everybody on the team. That's the Sound Barrier difference. However, Vindame, I think that's the first Sound Barrier that he's held on to since the end of the second fight, so it's been a while for Seoul Dynasty to bank that one up. And obviously they give up a lot of cap percentage and losing fights to get to a position to be able to use that. And now we get to a neutral where some ultimates are about to come online. It's also have to hold out for like 30% here. Waiting for Blade. Waiting for more. Waiting for a rally. There's going to be a tempo rally play as well.
Yeah, use it on cooldown. Prophet's got it available. No, they got the advantage. They're going to be running into Xernea's team. I think they're going to try and save that for the Blade, potentially. Prophet pops the rally. Here's the go button for the Dynasty. Tag comes out. There's the Blade. The answer is immediately there from Xerneas to bring the Sound Barrier, but Stalker still finds Jimmy. Vindame's going to cut through far away, and this is it. The Seoul Dynasty going to lock themselves over to that final point, I imagine.
And this time as well,
stagger.
Chase down Krong, who didn't make it out, so it's going to be a very late death, a huge stagger kill. A 4v5 now for all the Guangzhou Charge. They want to make it back in, but I don't think they can even touch the timing of Seoul Dynasty's last fight victory. Pretty pristine in terms of finding the right rally timing. They actually held on to just the ultimate for a little while longer. They didn't want to press the issue. They were waiting for, I guess, a sort of timing where maybe they could win a fight. There'd be 10% remaining, less than 10% remaining. I think the extra stagger into Krong was immense, but even if they didn't stagger Krong, if it's Krong died straight away and came back, he'd have to come back on a Doom or a Ball or something, and even then I don't know if they would actually be able to touch. So just the Seoul Dynasty winning a very critical fight at the right time. Choice of one, I think, died on 90% Blade. So just a 10% off from where Stalker was, who did end up managing to use that Blade. And the Sound Barrier blocked out a lot of the damage. When the Sound Barrier is gone, Seoul Dynasty in position to win.
Very patient from the Dynasty if they was a conscious decision to wait out that percentage. As we now move on to downtown. Once again, neutral fight right in the center. No real surprises here. They're just going to play around the terrain until they find that opening entry. Choice A1 going pretty low. Taking that damage. Shout comes out just to sustain everyone. Backline. Fit's been taken out just from the back, and the carnage from the front. There's nowhere to go as they'll answer back onto Xerneas. Now one apiece, losing the Ashe for the Lucio. Without that, Jimmy's pretty vulnerable at the back here. There's no one's going to get this away, and Stalker will cut them through. I think it's actually the deflect, or maybe a Shuriken that ended up getting that one, but they'll rotate round for the point. Dynasty get the first cap.
Stalker on in an interesting place there. Needed to get that kill to get the reset. And Fitz back onto the Sojourn now. So started on the Ashe. It was a prime target. You'll notice that Seoul weren't exactly sort of abusing this kind of high ground that Choice One was on now. You had Fitz playing on the ramp towards the point. Now they got caught up by multiple members there and collapsed upon. So easy pickings. Don't want that to happen again.
Jimmy isolating themselves, goes back. Fitz gets a nice snipe on the Choice A1. That's Genji down on the side of the charge. Jimmy, they want to remove the second damage to the Stalker. Taking a lot of pain just on the entry there. Well, in the carnage, Krong's been found. Jimmy eventually goes down, and it's another methodical fight for the Seoul.
It's a slow fight as well, which means, you know, more time is burnt off the clock and Guangzhou Charge. It gets even slower than that. Further kills coming through. That's going to be a stagger. The Choi might even be more as they head towards the spawn. Seoul want to be careful not to overcommit. But just a 3 will be fine. 3 kills with the last one extremely staggered out. It's going to be over 50% by the time Guangzhou Charge even come in for a fight. They do at least have the rally to work with, matched by Prophet on the other end, but it is Stalker that stands alone on the Blade.
Just getting into the final third of the map. Very controlled from the Seoul Dynasty so far. Imagining probably get away not burning the whole ultimate cash on this one, but there's the rally. The Blade comes in as well. Slash through onto Krong, who's taking the brunt of this aggression. There's the beat from Xerneas and the rally as well. That's double support ultimate from the Charge. Just to stay alive in this fight, Vindame will get the beat out as well. No one's died yet until Fitz finds Krong's, despite committing the double support ultimates. Doesn't look like they're able to find anything here. Dynasty will stay in control, and they have the overclock and the Rampage ready to go into this final fight. This is not looking good for the Charge.
No, they don't have really too much to work with here. I mean, they're just too far away from the two ults that they do need. Choice will probably get this Blade. Jimmy with running a sniper on a Stalker to at least give the Guangzhou Charge a chance. They have to win this 5v4 now with what they have. I suspect that Fitz and Smurf will still use in a 4v5 situation. They have the confidence.
Yeah, that's the overclock. Find the shots. There's the blade from Choi. Will take down Fitz, so that's going to cut down their options. Oh, multi-man slice from Choi Se-1. Damage spread across the board there, converting the second kills. Jimmy will pick up the scraps. The Charge needed that one as they start their campaign to climb to the 100 on downtown.
You can see that the team of Charge were maybe just a little bit too split for Smurf to consider the Rampage. Obviously, we did have Fitz going to the overclock, immediately shut down by Choi Se-1. He tried to get that headshot on the rail onto Choi mid-blade. It was an easier said than done task. Choi Se-1, as you had mentioned, their multi-slashes across the board, and this time it would be Stalk with a deflect on the Jimmy. Jimmy had the first blood last time, not here.
Rampage cuts through two for two trade. It's going to have Krong use it back onto the Seoul Dynasty. Carnage cleaves through, but it's Krong who has his Krong who ends up going down there, and Stalker will destroy far away. Rotation round to the point, 99% cap, overtime in effect. So you can see Krong changing over to the Hammond just to potentially help the team get back to the fight. Thankfully, Cavzoni's there for the touch to trigger out the overtime, but they need to keep presence on this point.
I don't have the damage up, though, unless Jimmy can hit a shot here. They seem to be collapsed upon and covered. Jimmy's escape has been cut off as well. That's going to be probably it. 5 versus 4. Choi in trouble as well. If Choi dies here, it is definitely over. They just whack the damage up, but they're losing support now as well.
Yeah, far away. He's been capped on the backside. Definitely a numbers advantage on the point here. Krong can try and linger, but he gets off the point for just a little bit too long. I'm not even going to call that a C9, because there's no way that Charge were going to be able to secure that and get the flip at that point in the game. The Seoul Dynasty take Busan.
A little bit of back and forth on Mecca Base, but still 2-0 at the end of the day. Didn't even get to go to Sanctuary. Seoul Dynasty with a huge recovery after a bit of a poor start. They did lose the initial neutral on also the fact that they lost neutral on downtown here. I was going to say midtown, but that's a different map downtown. For Busan, as Seoul Dynasty had to come back really strong on that secondary neutral, did so, and then held on admirably as all the ultimates started to come online. Choi Se-1 had a couple moments of magic here, as did Jimmy for the first picks, but it wasn't enough to get Guangzhou Charge any further distance. Can't take us to a third round, can't get us a map win. Seoul Dynasty, their perfect record in Summer Showdown continues.
We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if they can keep the streak going to move on to a hybrid map. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown qualifiers. The Seoul Dynasty have pulled ahead in their series against the Guangzhou Charge. A very controlled finish from them on Downtown to close out Busan. We're looking ahead to our next map, and you know how it goes. We're heading over to a hybrid map. And Seoul Dynasty continuing their map win streak right now in the APAC region. And looking at how things are going against the Charge, it seems pretty good that they're going to protect that throughout the rest of this series, Avril.
And a gigantic franchise record win streak as well. We mentioned that yesterday when they played up against the LA Valiant, who hadn't beaten them since 2018, and now versus the Guangzhou Charge. The Guangzhou Charge have not beaten the Seoul Dynasty since August the 1st of 2020. That was week 26. So I mean, we all remember fondly the Guangzhou Charge 2020 squad, who actually did win a tournament back then. They had, that was the height of the Guangzhou Charge, and now ever since then the franchise has been trying to reclaim former glory, and not against the Seoul Dynasty, unfortunately, who have a 6-match win streak since that 2020 victory. So it's been some time, very long time, and we had a competitive couple of rounds there on Busan. Not enough to get the Charge, even off the back of Choi Sik-hwan, to get them to a third round at least, but maybe Paraíso, our next map on Hybrid, could be the trick.
Lovely selection of grilled meats we're seeing. You'll probably catch a shot of that when we come back. Avril, what are you saying? Is Korean barbecue better than Brazilian barbecue? Or what's going on here? Thoughts on barbecue? You're an Aussie.
I haven't had Brazilian barbecue. Is it much
Brazilian
different?
Barbecue.
What do we got on board here? Looking like some lamb or something? Drumsticks?
Yeah, those look like lamb shanks.
Okay.
I can see the bone.
Nice.
There. I mean, that's pretty good. I think Brazilians, obviously it's a different flavor profile to Korean because it's a completely different continent, culture, cuisine. But with Brazilian barbecue, you can basically, in most places in Western areas anyway, you just have like a puck and you leave it green. They just keep bringing meat over and just slicing it for you until you turn the puck red.
Wow.
So you don't even have to talk to them if you don't want to. It's pure hedonism. It's great.
Food, you can eat food without even talking.
Yeah, I know, right?
As your daily dose of food facts by Trid. He's the chef among us. And on this particular map as well, we've seen some echo on either attack or defense. Widowmaker, just to get the opening shots through. Here's Stalker's just thinking about a whole bunch of different heroes. To be fair, he doesn't lose any old charge for any of this anymore, so just spamming out, taking shots. Eventually goes towards the Genji. Fits on the Tracer. It's actually something we saw them do last time. And Fitz's entire job here will be to rotate towards the point, to the backside, be as annoying as possible. Either set up collapse for dives, or in this case rushes with the Junker Queen, or just otherwise pressure out the point and force Guangzhou Charge to turn around for him. And as they do that, they give up control of the initial forward high ground, initial bridges. Seoul Dynasty have already taken that, and they'll move through now.
Going to put that disruptor shot just on the corner, knowing they want to keep the high ground move around. They're going to have to fight through the damage. Nice pullback there with the Dragon Knife. Deflect will lead the charge, takes the impact for Smurf as they rotate back round. But as you said, Jimmy's found Fitz. Seoul have lost their distraction, their fly on the backs of the Guangzhou Charge. Stalker will answer back on the Krong now, so it's not gone entirely wrong for them. Great shot there from Smurf. Able to hit the Jagged Knife damage, get that kill confirmed on the far away, and still keep this push alive for the Seoul Dynasty, despite losing Fitz on the entry. That is going to be a huge chunk of cap, probably even point A going over to Dynasty.
Absolutely. I mean, there's not going to be any respawners coming in time, so the cap has been found. The only other time, well, the last time that we have seen Seoul play this map, the first time they ever played this map was in week 1 of APAC versus Chengdu Hunters. They actually full held A and then capped out A in fairly quick order as well off the back of that Tracer play. So Fitz will now have the Pulse Bomb. This time we'll get to see the Seoul Dynasty play a little bit more of this map as they get past A, push through the streets now, and eventually into Lucio's little club on the end. And the Pulse connects beautifully.
Yeah, Farway's been found already. And you can see the immediate retreat coming in from the charge. They don't want to lose members here, but Fitz is on the hunt for Krong. He does manage to back off far enough to get the safety, but Stalker's not had enough yet, taking out Jimmy on the exit as well. So some staggered kills coming in for the charge. Delays a coordinated response from them.
They're starting to take this greenhouse area as well as Charge just wait for respawners. Charge will reclaim some of this lost space as soon as possible. Payload is slowly moving up. Payload hasn't reached the final corner yet, is incoming now. And as that sort of happens, Charge 2 technically have this high ground. They have the Blade as well. They should probably go for this.
Yeah, Blade's going to be answered in response. That's one support ultimate dropped, 2 dropped for both teams. Stalker's still trying to find a connection here to get a kill. Not going to work. Yeah, he's going to cut through, but Choice One's found Profit. Need to be using the rally to sustain the rest of the charge. Krong and Xerneas having the anti-heal, but they will sustain through it. So far, the only player to drop is Profit. And Smurf's going to go down as well. The charge counter-attack coming out strong here. Stalker does get a deflect kill onto Krong, but ultimately it's Jimmy who's going to have the last laugh. And finally, the charge has stopped the onslaught of the Dynasty.
And this is where Fitz will swap back to Sojin as well. I think the value of the Tracer diminishes as you get past A. A very tailored strategy for taking A, but once you get towards B, you actually do want to be on the Sojin instead. We saw it from Jimmy's POV, we saw it from Jimmy on the kill feed as well. The ability to pop off via the overclock, just a rail in general, get the first pick value. That will now be in the hands of the Soul Dynasty. Extra rampage committed, could have been money.
Oh my goodness.
This fight will definitely go the way of Charge now. Soul Dynasty back out.
Yeah, understandably so. You just lost Fitz to a knife kill, unfortunately. So, burn through more of the time bank, sitting at about 240 right now. Charge, they're going to be able to run through the Dynasty if they stack up here. They've got the Rampage available for Krong if they need it.
Oh, yeah, it's a tight alleyway as well, and I think if you've got the Soul Dynasty, you kind of have to read the fact that the Rampage is available, so spacing becomes important. You can't have everyone just stacked up in the same lane. It is one big lane going towards the payload itself, where Smurf is stuck down there, but not everyone has to be. See the Stalker, Genji just playing extremities of the roof instead. Charge also happy to be patient here, as Soul Dynasty are the ones losing time.
Krong's going around, so they're waiting for a tackle. This would be perfect. It's Dynasty walk into this. They're just walking straight into the Rampage. Oh, Krong's going to go for it. I think the deflect actually knocked Krong back, or at least delayed something there. Because that should have been definitely more than Smurf getting hit by that one.
Yeah, more than Smurf for sure. Looked like it was going to be everybody, but Profit and Vindam a little bit too sharp there. Might have been Vindam, not too sure who exactly got that. In either case, with the punish in hand, payload now moving once more. Charge, they kind of have to just go for this one, regardless if they have 5 or not. You do see that Krong's around the corner, so just waiting for the final moments to go for the touch. Don't get there.
Yeah, just on the peripherals. Wait for Stalker if they need it. Choice one can answer back as well. Choi pulls the blade. Stalker goes for the backline himself. Cuts through Xerneas, but there's a beat that's dropped out from Vindame to sustain the rest of the Dynasty. This is another one fight for them. Fitz is just safe back here, taking a few pop shots. Oh! Cheeky little flick onto Jimmy. And that's the final section of the map for the Soul Dynasty.
2:38 remaining as well, so not a huge amount of time. Probably just enough to get a finish. And finish or not, this is already a lot of distance that Charge will perhaps find difficult to get. Now playing against the Soul Dynasty at the end of the day. Profit rally available to try and take us through here. We'll see if he tries to milk this one a little bit and burn it slowly, given that they have a long way to push through C. Very similar to Dorado C in many ways as well. Got a high ground control in the middle that they will be fighting for.
It's just tucking around in the corner, taking a few pop shots. Xerneas drops him low. Yeah, wasn't a headshot, unfortunately. I don't believe it was anyway. It's enough to make them pause for thought. Smurf's about to get their Rampage online. You've got Profit to rally. There could be a big offensive coming up from the Dynasty if they want to try and brute force their way through this little choke. Tags into Choi. Retreat to get some healing. Give them so much space to the Dynasty right now.
Maybe again, hard to find the Rampage. You need the charge to stack together. And this is the most stacked they've been so far, but the Smurf go for this one. He's thinking about it. He wants at least 2 or 3, I think. It's low HP members. I think, yeah, the payload's actually on the precipice of finishing. So as Charge have to come in, Smurf's going to go.
Oh, that's cheeky! Pulls Krong with the jagged knife off the platform straight into his Rampage. Smurf then follows up on the far way. That's it. Dynasty, they should be able to get the cap here. They got just over 1 minute. The time back, Xerneas can't find the touch there. Yeah, love what Smurf did there. Pulled Krong off the high ground, made him vulnerable to the Rampage, and just ran straight through him, guaranteeing that the rest of the team could clean him up with the anti-heal.
And you have a one attempt push as well for the Soul Dynasty. They never got reset there, and that's kind of usually the difficulty, right? You get reset on C and you lose all momentum. Defenders have great positioning, and you probably don't end up capping. And let's take a look at the situation. It was Vindame. I was thinking it was either Vindame or Profit, and just boobs Krong straight into the wall. Still managed to clip Smurf, so it's something, but won't be enough to actually get any value. Otherwise, yeah, like that was looking like a spicy Rampage coming through.
Yeah, you saw the lineup, and and Krong and the rest of the charge. Definitely looking forward to seeing all those purple health bars, but we're unable to follow through with it. Dynasty will now go on the defense, and Stalker taking the first defense on this Echo, so no indecision from them this time.
Your father has my blueprints. Why don't you see for yourself?
Can be risky, given that you know, players like Jimmy can just start out on a Widowmaker, and even the Sojin has quite a bit to play through to shut down Stalker, so Stalker's going to have to abuse the opening sightlines and geometry effectively. This is also a team that really needs to hold these opening 2 bridges. If they lose this area and have to fall back to the actual point itself, Stalker's not going to have very much room to work with anymore, so very important that Seoul Dynasty don't lose this opening set of bridges to hold on. And we'll see how Charge responds. This is what, does Jimmy change something? Choi could also opt to go to his own Echo if he doesn't feel comfortable with this matchup.
That feels much better.
I'll be walking out now, just trading shots back and forth. Fitz pulling
Jimmy
ahead
needs a
so
rail.
far on the ult charge. I think that, yeah, he's eating Fitz's rail right now just because he pulls ahead massively in the ultimate charge. So now 50% HP. He's pushed back. There's the hunt with the, ooh, focusing beam.
Good
Nearly
whip
finds
shot.
Choi. Yeah, it's a good disengage tool, so the shouts, a lot of resources there just to keep Choi up and not lose a member so early into that fight. Just being pushed back there on the exit. Jimmy gets found with the sticky mines. Still goes point blank range.
Yeah, those sticks is good.
Not sure if that's what they want to do. Yep, just going to pick up these kills here. We're all looking at Stalker, but it's Fitz who's fragging up the board right now. Profit running through. That's it. First defense in favor of Dynasty.
And I don't think anyone in Dynasty died there either, so
Nope.
completely flawless in terms of keeping everyone up. Stalker not under a huge amount of pressure there. With Jimmy missing his initial rail, Stalker had full confidence just to go full send his abilities. 2 volleys of stickies perfectly accurate there as well, just a left click from Xerneas. I don't know if that was maybe some assistance given by Fitz as well, but in any case, Xerneas just sniped down from long range, regardless of who got that.
And it's the second time Xerneas has tried to challenge Stalker in the sky and paid for it a little bit. Imagining it's going to be a repeating theme, but needs a little bit of support around his team to actually make it work. So I think the 1v1 goes very one-sided towards Stalker if he has all the cooldowns up.
Just trying to boop some people down.
Just getting
ends up
punished.
being the one to take most of the damage there, but trying to boop Seoul Dynasty off the high ground, which I think is, you know, something that does need to happen, or they have to get Seoul Dynasty off the high ground in some case. Charge is going to get cleaned up here because, well, the 5v4 advantage, but just given how hard it is to fight this area. This is why typically you do see teams just hold here instead. You don't have a lot of teams default to holding on the point. This opening bridge is so incredibly defensive favored. So much so that I'm pretty sure they're going to have to add more pathways to help attackers here because it is brutal to try and get past this area of the map.
I mean, just look at the geometry. There's so much cover available.
It's a
Oh,
deflect.
Choi getting a deflect onto Fitz. That's a good opening for the charge.
That's
You
one
see
way to
the
get rid of
immediate
the
retreat
defense.
back to the point. Yeah, exactly. You can just bust through it. We're talking
Ultimates are
about map
there for
geometry and how they
Solvo
need to change
is the
it.
problem.
Yeah.
Charge just get their ultimates now, so they can probably still fight this one. Look for the Queen duplicate.
I'm just going to assassinate Jimmy. Not even having to use the duplicate so far. 2-for-1 trade. They're still getting respawned back. Blade comes out from Choi.
Wait,
They
Stalker?
cut through. That's it. Stalker's gone.
He just
Only
dies.
going to be Fitz left. Yeah, he just
What?
immediately gets taken out.
Wow, he didn't actually
There's
go for
no
it. He had
answer
ample time. You saw it from his POV. He had ample time to go for a duplicate. They needed to hold space. Stalker really not too sure what happened there. I don't think you really want to be playing Echo past A anyway, so he'd probably... The preferable pick would actually be go back to Genji for B and C, but he's stuck on this Echo now, which, again, the ultimate would have been really useful on that A defense. They still hold on to 4. It's really kind of extreme for Seoul Dynasty to lose A point in that fashion, where 4 ultimates did not get burnt, and they kind of just ended up getting picked up one by one.
Choice just going to throw Shuriken into the straight line, just through them. Good emergence from Dynasty to flush them away. Xerneas gets sniped out of the sky by Fitz. Dynasty not happy about losing that point A, and they're going to retake it anyway. Doesn't give him anything, but...
Oh, man, that's actually a knife
the
connection
pullback.
long range. That's a disgustingly downtown jagged blade connections, and that's Jimmy cleaned up as the spawn camp will be successfully set up. This is going to be costly for the charge, costing in time, costing in ultimates perhaps as well.
Xerneas
Costing in
again.
the first blood there.
Oh, Xerneas is getting picked off so early in all of these fights, Avril. If it's not Stalker,
Fitz
it's
is
Fitz
too
getting a
accurate.
railgun shot.
Fitz has just
Yeah,
got
Fitz
the
is too
accuracy.
good.
So does Jimmy, apparently.
Well, we knew this from last week, that Jimmy can hit these shots when he's given the time in the breathing room. There's a safety of the spawn room to be able to hit them. And Stalker's still staying on the Echo, though. Like, they've not had an opportunity to go for the duplication.
Once they get a good fight going.
Costly if it happens again. Yes.
Should be happening shortly. This will have to be at less than 2 minutes remaining now. So I want to make sure they have at least 2 fight attempts here. So I want to break up B into this opening favela laneway, streetway kind of fight. They actually don't want the payload to get past this next corner. So ideally they take a fight around this corner on this rooftop.
Assuming that Stalker's going to look for the duplication on Krong, try and get a second Junker Queen out here. Oh, Jimmy! Can't be going that low. Needs to pay attention. Slow it down a bit. Might only get one fight just because of the time bank at this rate, Avril. A lot of it's been burnt through. Choi's going to cut through the defenses, get to the back line. There's duplication onto the Junker Queen as we expected. Jagged Blade and a pullback. Damage being output, but they're not fast enough as Jimmy gets taken out by Fitz. It's a 4v5. Now we pull back again onto Krong. Carnage cuts through. The sustain is there. Rampage at the end, but it's more for a celebration as Choi loses the opportunity to be healed. Just dies naturally to the dot.
Tracking on the side there as well. I'd love to see that. The beam on Xerneas as he flies by. It's interesting you see as well. It's when you lose a duplicate form, but the bleed damage is still going through. It doesn't register as your kill anymore. Jimmy's response to that is going to be changing over towards the Ash, as you don't want to be giving up Choi's Blade at this stage with only 37 seconds remaining, so Jimmy's going to call it upon himself to deal with this. I don't, again, Stalker doesn't die there. If he does die, he probably swaps to Genji, but at this stage, he's making this Echo work, and Charge are running out of options here as well, so they're feeling pressured by that. They have a lot to use here. Choi, the long-range kill to Fitz, so Fitz has been getting first blood. Choi responds.
Absolutely, Choi cuts into the back line. Don't think he needed the blade to take out Profit. He already had him low enough. Dashing forward, there's the second cut down. Choi finds a third. He did most of the work before they even pulled the blade out there, Avril. They're onto the home stretch. And
Jimmy's sad now because he swapped to Ash to deal with Stalker. And like I said, Stalker's just going to go Genji anyway. And Choi wins the entire fight for them, and he's going to have to reset a little bit of the ult charge. I don't know. This is going to be a bit of a retake attempt. It will be an OT retake attempt with ultimates being played in.
Yeah, Krong attempts to
But
then
the
go
cap came
through the
through.
cut down. What? Dynasty
cap
were
came
right
through.
there. Yeah, you had 2 on the anti-heal, but 2 getting cut through there. They managed to get the
were
cap
there,
as well.
but also not there.
Ah,
And now Jimmy
a
gets
little
finally
bit of
swapped back.
quantum mechanics as they emerge back onto the point, rally in tow for Profit. Just forcing the charge back once more, and it's familiar to what happened on point B. They lose the point, and then they go, okay, we're going to retake, and we're going to over-push against the payload and force you back
It's a
into
very,
spawn.
very existential retake there. It was like, we were there? Were we really there? The touch didn't happen, so I don't think you were really there. That's the 1 minute now. Smurf's got the early ultimate. Jimmy, I think, just wants to hold on to this charge for the Bob. As we're dropping down to 30 again for the Soldier. They have very minimal time to work with, so I suppose you're not going to build a new ultimate. It's reasonable to just hold on. Soul, they're not in any sort of rush here. They're happy to just bleed the timer down.
They're definitely not in rush right now as Far Away gets dropped by Fitz. Bit of a first blood king in this map, Avril, if I do say so myself. Just constantly whipping out with these early frags, and it has really stunted the time bank of charge to the point where they're on 10 seconds remaining and they have to sprint out the spawn room to get a touch on that payload to even keep this alive.
Here we go, OT committed. Still a Blade and a Rampage. We do plenty of work here. Jimmy had almost an ultimate there, but he gets taken down by Fitz. Talk about first blood. Fitz will do it again.
Yeah, the First Blood King winning the fight before it even starts. Another cut through here. It's all decorative ultimate usage from the Dynasty. They'll close out map number 2 and
Bob
go
gets
to
booped.
series point.
The Bob can't even touch either. Prophet will send himself into the mix here. Shield bash versus the Bob. They both get sent to the ground. And it would have been just cosmic anyway through the last usage there from Jimmy. Just the kill from Fitz completely denies any shot for Guangzhou Charge to get that final touch. And I sort of felt like Charge was going to struggle to get to even be able to fight on C. But they kind of snuck the beat cap under the noses of Seoul Dynasty, and Seoul were like, well, we're going to pretend that didn't happen and just hold you in spawn.
The map streak continues for the Seoul Dynasty. They are at series point. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we have an escort map waiting for you. Match point for the Seoul Dynasty after they took Paraíso, and it's now going to be moving on to our final map of the series. Well, potentially final map, but just the way things are going, I'm assuming that's going to be the case, unfortunately, Avril. The Dorado may be our final destination unless Charge have a miraculous turnaround this series. Fitz just on a mad one, Smurf as well this series so far. It's hard for the Charge to well, stay alive even before the fights begin at this rate.
It's 11 in a row now for the Seoul Dynasty, looking to make it 12 if possible. And then they'll go into next weekend with a still flawless record at 12-0. But I don't know if that can continue further forward, given that the Shanghai Seoul game is ever awaiting at the end of the qualification stage, and that will be the one where Seoul Dynasty probably do end up dropping a map. In fact, if they have played Chengdu, so they've got They have played
Yes.
Spark as well. So they haven't got a lot more competition left, actually. So really it is just down to Shanghai now to put a stop to the Seoul Dynasty. Unless the Guangzhou Charge can sneak a map away now, as map number 3 in the series, Dorado on Escort is incoming. And every now and then we see like small moments, so small glimpses of hope there for the Guangzhou Charge. Jimmy had a couple of decent first bloods himself there, not as many as Fitz, who has been so far, in my opinion, dominating this game. Choice of one had that nice deflect kill onto Fitz to get them A. So a couple of small things here or there that have worked out in favor of the Charge to slowly put them in position to at least compete. But overall, I think we all understood that this is the number 7 team in standings versus the number 1 team in standings. Really, it's not that out of the, really it's not that surprising that this is the result so far, given that Charge kind of barely beat the Valiant, and then Valiant got kind of destroyed by the Seoul Dynasty, except for map number 3 on Circuit Royale. So maybe that a little bit of that luck does come through. So map number 3 for Valiant versus Seoul is pretty reasonable. Charge, they can do that themselves as well.
Yeah, it is, as you said, the first and the last place team in the region. If you want to do a little bit of results-based analysis, I can tell you this is going kind of expected, but like you said, there have been some moments of brilliance from the Charge that have kind of eked through in a little bit and provided some silver linings to, well, at the moment it's been a dark cloud for a Charge fan. But they're going to be able to come back out here onto the defense. No real surprises in their lineup selection as they get ready for the Seoul Dynasty to go on the offensive themselves. And I can imagine that we're going to see Charge probably try and take control of that rooftop like they did in their match last week against the Valiant. They ended up being able to get the win out of. We'll see if it continues or not.
So really just a lot of choice of one being as annoying as he can on the rooftop.
Yes.
So we start out onto the yellow, which is pretty expected. Opening TP play coming through from Seoul Dynasty. Doesn't look like to be interrupted. Xerneas will try.
Xerneas.
And Farway gets,
right.
that might have been a boop actually. I think Prophet perhaps went off the map.
There has to be. There's no way that Faraway just immediately deletes him like Xerneas? Oh, Xerneas getting some revenge. He did not like how map number 2 went. And this is a sense of vitality coming out from the Charge right now as they send Dynasty packing back into the spawn room until Choi gets caught.
Gotta be careful with those because Seoul's spawn room is right there. They can get the reinforcements in straight away, and they will. Fits onto the Ash as well. And this is now Seoul Dynasty reclaiming space. It only takes 1 kill. A single person from Charge going down nullifies that defense in a big way, and the fight is not ended just yet. The damage still being layered on towards Krong, and the rest slow heals coming on through, and it is resulting in Seoul Dynasty getting some decent alone time on the payload. Through the archway we go, and the Fountain is next.
Jimmy very safely at the back of this fight. First disruptive shot through. Nice snipe there onto Stalker. It's Jimmy.
Wow.
Is Jimmy tapping into the power they had last week as they find Pin Dave? Is Jimmy back? One more. Go on, Jimmy. Give us it on the exit.
He's never left. He was here the whole time. Jimmy put into a position to succeed. 2 kills in a row, including a first blood. Choi to clean up Fitz as well. And Guangzhou Charge strike back in a much needed way to retain this 8-point defense, and they're actually going to hold somewhat reasonably close as well, taking the initial defender's blue high ground with Choi still playing around the rooftops. Seoul Dynasty, they may have pushed the payload into a good positioning, but they need to reclaim space. Is Fitz going for a long flank, or is he just taking the high? Okay, he is just taking this.
He's taking the high ground, but you're right. They were potentially susceptible to a back cap there. You could probably coach gun over the wall and get the back cap if they were playing far enough forward. But
I was thinking more just the angle. I think Ash going for the back cap is a little too much. But
I've seen weirder things. Just Choi and Stalker will be traded out here. Dynamite over the top. There's some dot damage applied over to Xerneas, I believe. The rally from far away is reinvigorating the fight for the Charge. Jimmy finds Prophet again. And now he can just left click his way through the entire team. And solid defense so far from the Charge. They're on the cusp of breaking this map streak, Avril.
it's a staggered kill there as well. It depends if they can hold Aeon on. If they can realistically get the full hold here, I have faith that maybe Charge can do it. Certainly that'll be the best shot that anyone has had this entire Summer Showdown to stop the Seoul Dynasty. Easier said than done, though. This is where the ultimates will make a big deal. It'll be 4 ultimates to nearly 5 on the Seoul Dynasty in a short minute as Stalker and Smurf collect their last couple of percentage points.
Rally, shout used. There's the blade from Choice A1. Vindane's locked in the corner, holding onto the beat, will not commit it. Would have only been a solo beat because they were so isolated in that fight. Oh, he dashes away, the Bob! Didn't have enough time to be able to get that kill confirmed. Choi able to get the safety. There's the Rampage cutting through 2 members. Blade now comes out from Stalker. Pushed back as he's then taken out by Jimmy. The overclock as Jimmy finds a second. Putting the team on the back for the time being, but Prophet and Smurf have dealt enough damage to get those kills. Fitz walks forward. It was such a commending effort from Jimmy, who goes down fighting. But there will be a time back extension for the Seoul Dynasty. They got 3 minutes to play with on point B.
Wow, that was very competitive on A, but still ends up going the way of the Seoul Dynasty. A couple of ultimates being shut down there. Stalker loses the blade, but Smurf and the rest of the sports will hold on strong. Rampage finding value, and Charge losing too many members. It is not the easiest map for the Seoul Dynasty so far. Again, they did struggle in Circuit Royale versus Valiant as well. Maybe it is just the escorts haven't been going great for the Seoul Dynasty, given that this has historically been one of their better maps. If you remember in Mid-Season Madness and Kickoff Clash, this would have been Seoul Dynasty's very best map, but different composition, different meta back then. Krong left out to dry, so far forward compared to the rest of the team.
Yeah, doesn't quite have the same level of support we're playing so far on the front line. Nice deflection there to find Faraway. Pushing him back to the spawn room, and
Long range.
Stalker. Yeah, just getting these snipes.
I mean, you saw him kind of putting down the long range shurikens versus Zernies on the wall as well, but still get this kill at the end, which significantly slows down Charge's ability to get a retake here. They're going to have to wait until, I think, the final moments as the payload enters the final area of B. They can come out from the higher ground there, which is nice. Take those.
Carnage. Through Smurf. Dragon Blade fullback. Krong. Taking a lot of damage right now.
Dead.
Cut off from the team, and there's the blade to seal the deal. Double knifing coming in for Krong. Esu Brute. But they will now have Vindane following up on his kills and pushed all the way back to the spawn room again.
Wow.
This is a Seoul classic at the moment. Yeah, Vindane's just playing finisher duty though. Like he's just playing the cleanup.
He's getting the final blows there. He's getting the last hits, as they say as well. So, Man of the Lucio popping up on the kill feed just a little bit there as we have the payload now steadily going on through. At this point, I don't know if Seoul Dynasty even really need to finish the map, but we're back in sort of the same conversation as Paraíso, where it's like, well, you're already there, you have the time, and Seoul probably end up winning this series, winning up this map as well, 3-0, if they indeed do get this cap.
Right at the back, struck immediately to Krong. There's the beat, Rally topped up as well. Krong took so many slashes before they went down.
This goes from Krong straight onto, no, was it Jimmy, I believe, on the high ground, and continuing through. Sound barrier still up.
Ran out of stamina though, that's the thing. A lot of tools here for the Dynasty. It's really going to be tough for the Charge, like you said. Jimmy? Oh no, he found Stalker. The beat won't save that. Hopefully it gives you enough HP to make up for the fact you're playing with 4 members. Jimmy's got the overclock in the corner. Choi pulls the blade as well. That's both damage ultimates thrown into the mix just to stay alive. They do keep the Dynasty away from finishing. A couple of meters, actually, just from the point of losing that map. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. There's a couple more attempts.
To me, that just comes through from Jimmy getting the initial headshot kill into Slaughter, right? And then beyond that, you have Seoul Dynasty thinking, are we trying to stay into this one? What's going on? Yes, Smurf is wondering if we should use the Rampage or not. They are looking at the time, and time would say that they still have another good fight or so in there. Definitely one more quick reset if need be. I think the 4v5 could have been winnable with the Rampage being flown in, but what we say for here is Krong will also get... No, Krong won't. Krong will just die on 97.
Krong won't do anything, actually. Krong will go back to the spawn room. Rampage finds the back line of the Charge. Stalker's already there to start converting these into kills. What a dominant closure to this series, or this map. We now switch sides and let the Charge go on the offensive.
And still time on the board as well, so it looked competitive on A, and it was, but the Seoul Dynasty sped through B in record time. I don't think they lost a single fight there. They weren't slowed down at all. Payload seemed to have been moving freely the entire way through B. A couple of really important frags from the Seoul Dynasty, resetting the Guangzhou Charge, killing Krong while he was a little far forward compared to the rest of the team, and then they just move forward into the Guangzhou Charge, almost spawn location. 2 more frags there for the extra time bought. Seoul Dynasty just winning a very easy fight when Guangzhou Charge go for the retake anyway. They're the Bob available. C losing 1, but ultimately still able to make a big comeback. Smurf Rampage. catches the entire back line of Xerneas and Faraway. Krong losing out in the neutral. I think Krong just dies again on 97, which is kind of brutal because that would have been a decent comeback tool to fight in that last engagement. Well, you'll take the silver linings for Charge, given that they made things look a bit better and Jimmy is still performing quite well. Now they need to do a whole lot more to try and finish this map.
Now, Charge, they'll get a choice to be able to do what they want to on the offense, but going to have the commit here from Fitz onto the Ashe already. We've seen Bob have okay impact, but that's really like a subtle end game. You got the burst and you got the damage over time from the Dynamite, so there's a few options here to play with the Ashe pickup. No sneaky openers from the Charge. They're going to play the comp they intend to move forward with and get this payload in motion.
Now, there's only 2 more kills from the Seoul Dynasty compared to the Guangzhou Charge in terms of final blows, but like 11 more, and there's 1 more actually, so now it's 21 to 20. But about 11 more eliminations for the Seoul Dynasty as a collective unit, so everyone's getting a lot more involved in kill participation for each kill, given that they're only now 1 final blow apart. So that's a little fun bit of comparison there between the 2 teams so far. Damage also fairly equal, so the teams aren't heavily outperforming in terms of, I think, the damage output, but there's definitely a lot of team play there that's working much in the favor of the Seoul Dynasty that's been putting them far ahead in the series.
See if they can put group effort in to get these kills once more. Shout being used just as a sustain. Smurf playing around the terrain right now. Krong going below 50, but he's got the supports there at the moment to get him topped back up. Stalker onto the back line. There's the cut through. Krong could not be sustained in the end. And that Xerneas being picked up as well with the Dynasty come back on the counter. It was really cool from the Dynasty to just see 1 pick go down right at the open, and they disappeared. They just completely removed themselves from the screens before anyone could get any follow-up kills, any staggers.
Yeah. So
it's a stark contrast to what we see against the Charge.
It's kind of what I'm saying, right? Charge aren't struggling to get kills. In fact, they've had plenty of first bloods themselves. I still think the Seoul Dynasty have obviously had more. But Charge, they're no strangers to being able to give themselves a 5v4. It's just hard to capitalize those moments because Seoul is so fast on the disengage, you can't really chase them. You will be able to get plenty of free payload push, but as Seoul start to stabilize on these fights, the payload moves backwards, they can make up for that lost distance, they can make up for the distance gained by the Guangzhou Charge. And now the ultimate's about to come online, supports are very close. Look at the Seoul supports there, Prophet and Vindane.
Where's the beat for Vindane, like you said? Just touched over the line. Choicey one, using the speed to get to the back. There's the blade. Beat has to come out from Vindane here. Comes in, finds all members, tops him up. Choi gets disengaged, and there's Vindane with the melee to finish it off. Keeping the rest of his team alive, both with the defense and the offense. Jimmy finds a sneaky kill, ends Lucia's Reign of Terror. Stalker commits the blade to a 1 fight. Gets that beat out of Xerneas, meaning that he will only have the rally to come back at them with in this next engagement.
Yep.
Jimmy might be able to get the overclock online, but Fitz smacks him on the exit.
You saw the sound barrier response to the Stalker Blade, right? You already had the Guangzhou Charge kind of escaping there, disengages. The idea is, all right, we will trade Blade for sound barrier here. It's a 1-for-1 ultimate exchange. For the Guangzhou Charge, the other end of that deal is that they're supposed to get everyone else alive and not get stagged, but then Jimmy just dies, so they kind of don't end up getting that extra piece that they should have had. Really sloppy there for Jimmy in the Charge, unfortunately. It's just going to be more lost time in a situation where you're at risk of being full held. All that time does matter.
This ends now.
Tick up. There's the overclock, but there's no HP really to play dangerously. Gets topped up, slides forward. Very aggressive from Jimmy, and it's punished by Vindane. Bob's going to come out.
Active.
I know, he's just able to just slaughter these damage dealers when it comes down to it. Choicey one using the deflect to get the kill onto Fitz. There's Smurf and Prophet following up. Closure coming in for the Dynasty. 30 seconds remaining. And they're going to have to try and do this on the back of Krong's rampage.
What's crazy so far is I can tell you right now, at this exact point in the map, the member with the highest amount of final blows of the server is actually Vindame on 9. Matched by Jimmy on 9 as well. But Vindame's got more than Stalker and Fitz currently, which is wild. He did get that clean up on C going forward, I remember that, but still, Vindame's been fragging out even beyond that.
Jimmy, Hail Mary play on the Widowmaker. You can find a pick. Could go really well for the Charge, but Outside of that pick potential is not going to be there. Krong
Smurf was just so much better.
going to cut through, only find one. Stoichus found Choi. It's a 3-for-1 trade on the Rampage as Fitz will then remove Krong's head. This is the Dynasty putting the charge to bed, continuing the map streak and keeping themselves firmly in first place of the East region for the Summer Showdown.
It seems like they're untouchable at this rate. It seems like nobody's going to be able to do anything against the Seoul Dynasty up until we maybe get towards that final Shanghai Dragons game. And before that, there is still Philly Fusion to get through, but we'll have to take a look at Philly Fusion's strength and capability, as they do have a match today as well. But for the Seoul Dynasty, they clean up week 2 flawlessly. The charge can do no damage towards them. We had some moments that looked okay, some moments that looked reasonably close. Dorado A on the defense for the Guangzhou Charge could have been the win condition, but slipped through their fingers, much like Circuit Royale slipped through the fingers of the LA Valiant, and that's just because Seoul Dynasty, even when it gets close, their team can just be that much more difficult to get to the finish line. That last 100-meter dash versus the Seoul Dynasty is the most difficult. And Seoul, at this stage, looking like number one. Look like number one team in my eyes.
Yeah, fantastic performance from them. I think a lot of different win conditions coming out here for Seoul Dynasty throughout the series. I think in map number 2, it's definitely the First Blood King that was Fitz, winning the fights before they even started. This time around, you had Vindame incredibly active, as you kept calling out, when it came around to Dorado. But ultimately, we can only crown one player of the match, and we've already mentioned him once already. I think it's going to be Fitz, mainly off the back of the round 2 performance that we saw on Paraíso. But, of course, he's been playing fantastically so far with all these ridiculous snipes on the people like Choice A1, and Xerneas in particular has really felt Fitz's presence this series.
Yeah, all across the board, map 2. And we're starting to see in the replays here as well some great moments on map 1. He also comes through with the Tracer on that second map, and you remember this stick as well. We didn't get to see the POV at the time, but here we get in the replay. The Fitz dive bomb with the pulse bomb that allows the Seoul Dynasty to be able to get that B push started. And then just multiple moments across the map on 3 heroes, notably. Well, mostly just the one here, but a reasonable amount of Ashe and just a tiny smattering of Tracer on the side. Call that one garnish in the industry, as Fitz, number 1.
I love that pose. Why does Fitz look traumatized?
That's the last look you see before he kills you.
That's even more traumatizing. Just see him
is.
flexing on you, staring at you mercifully. Look at that damage output, incredible. Like I said, final blows probably, you can check the stats on this one, Avril probably has the most across the series, I imagine, but was getting capped a little bit by Vindame.
I think Stalker still had more final blows, as the Genji just pops off really hard, but I think impact-wise, today we can firmly say that a lot of the fights really at a macro level went the way of the Seoul Dynasty purely through first pick potential. We don't have stats for First Blood, I wish we did, but I would imagine Fitz was definitely way ahead of the pack on First Blood today. I think Jimmy was also in that conversation. You'll see that stat's only just for Sojin, by the way. It seems like, well, 14,000 damage over 3 maps is probably not a lot, but when you consider he played 2 other heroes and a reasonable amount of Ashe in that and a tiny little bit of Tracer, yeah, he's definitely shared the statistics across the board, but great performance by Fitz today, and again, Seoul still looking like the top dogs of the entire region.
Still on top, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights across the entire series. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
For all the Spark and Valiant fans who are tuning in, and Tazon Day, of course, who are just jumping in, ready for the next series, gonna have to wait a little bit longer as we get you up to speed of what you just missed. Taking a look at some of the highlights from our first series of the day, Charge versus the Seoul Dynasty, to which the Seoul Dynasty won 3-0, and of course continued their map win streak. Started all off on Busan, where actually looked quite competitive, I would say, Avril. Ultimately, Seoul
Somewhat.
coming out with the win on that map, but it's a little bit stronger than their performance on map number 2, I'd say.
You did see Charge lead on percentage points a little bit. You can see them leading here, 99 to 40. Downtown, not so much, but they actually got the first neutral. We actually didn't get to see that Stalker deflect live either, so that was pretty cool. And also this pulse bomb stick from Fitz, but this is probably one of the most predictable results that we could have really looked at this entire weekend. I don't think it's wild to consider that. Seoul Dynasty probably always were gonna 3-0 the Charge, given the discrepancy in how far it is between the two teams on the standings. But standings aside, even just where you would power rank the teams, Seoul is right at the tippy top in Guangzhou. Seoul still unfortunately somewhere near the bottom. They are improving as a team to look even somewhat competitive, even across different fights where players are. And there you go, there was a boop.
It had to have been.
I felt like it was a boop, and that was a boop.
Yeah.
But we don't get a boop kill feed indicator anymore, so you have to do a lot of guesswork now. Hopefully we get that back at some point. And here's the Vindane 4K coming through as well. So Vindane had a huge match, actually. Like, even when you consider that, like, yeah, he was cleaning up there, he still had a humongous boop onto Krong, on Paraíso. Then he had some ultimate shutdown kills as well on Dorado. If there was another player that would have really wanted to give play the match to, it probably would have been Vindane, just because of how sick some of those individual moments really were. But Fitz's impact was just so well felt today. Basically what I'm saying is, like, I don't think you can be too upset if you're the Charge. This is like what happens when, I don't know, when New York got 0-3 by the Shock to give Shock their 20th match record victory in franchise history, longest now in the Overwatch League. I don't think anyone from the New York side of things could be too upset about that. It's like, yeah, you are unfortunately one of the lowest teams playing against maybe the best team even. Certainly in NA, the best team, and it's like, well, what else can really happen here? You'd be happy to at least look competitive in some fights. Same thing applies here. You're Guangzhou versus Seoul. Not much you can expect out of that, sadly. Seoul are just too good for everybody, except maybe Shanghai, who they will be playing up against as the final game in the Summer Showdown qualifiers. So, we'll still have to kind of wait for that one, but I'm sure it'll be worth the wait.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it was planned that way. It's just a happy little coincidence, I think, just the way the schedule works out. But yeah, that's going to close things off. We still have 2 more games today, Avril. We're going to be having Spark versus Valiant next after this break. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. We're jumping into our second series of the day. There's the Spark going up against the Valiant. And if you're tuning in for the first time, Seoul Dynasty give you an update on the score. 3-0 against the Charge, and their win streak is protected as of now. Looking ahead to the series though, Valiant went up against the Seoul Dynasty yesterday and had a bit of difficulty in that matchup. No doubt Spark would be a more balanced opponent to go against, albeit not without some difficulty.
See the match record there's on 9-6 over the course of the season. Interestingly enough, half of those losses have come in from this stage alone. In Summer Showdown, we've already seen Spark drop down 0-3. They have not won a single series yet. They've won only a single map, so the map record in this stage is, I believe, 1-9. That was the one map they got versus Chengdu the other day, and since then, you know, still awaiting their first ever actual win in this sort of stage. So they've got 50% of the losses just over the past 2 weeks. It's really unfortunate. Valiant as well, they got the 3 wins, but still looking for number 4. They got most of their wins, I think, last stage. On a bit of a loss streak again, sadly. 2 map 5s in a row, I believe, then a really unfortunate 0-3 loss versus Seoul. But again, that's Seoul. That is what it is.
Yeah, and you probably got to look towards Spark's strength of schedule with who they've been playing up against. I know they went up against the Spark earlier in the season, earlier this stage, I believe, as well, which, as we know, is quite a difficult situation to deal with, as we've seen a couple of times now. Let's pull up that Spark roster, see who's starting in the lineup today. Can't imagine there will be any surprises in the starting lineup. Shy, Alpha Yi, Bernard, Irony, and Super Rich.
I don't know what happened with Bernard the other
surprising?
day, because we didn't get to see, other day just being yesterday actually, we didn't see Bernard play against the Chengdu Hunters. Gusho was actually in, he was okay, at least to start with, but I think Bernard has been the starting tank for the Spark this entire year. We've only really ever seen Gusho come in for specific Winston favored maps like the Gibraltars or the Dorados even, but for the most part, this would be what I consider to be the Spark's primary starting lineup. Shy, Alpha E, Burner, Irony, and Super Rich, right? These are the 5 guys you want to see. And I ain't talking about the burger chain. As the Spark here,
I was going to say, I was going to go there as well. They're not overpriced, are they?
Maybe just Shy. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. They did offload Liga recently, so they did cut some costs. But Hangzhou Spark are known to have larger rosters, but still, with a larger roster, you should be able to find your starting 5 as your main squad, your A team, and this is the A team. It's been a rough stage so far for the Hangzhou Spark, given that they are at least number 3 in the region, but they haven't felt like they're number 3 in the region so far in the Summer Showdown, and that's got to change soon. Their opponents, the LA Valiant now, where themselves currently 0-3, but they've at least got 4 maps. I mean, their map record is 4-9 instead of 1-9. As I mentioned, the LA Valiant have gone to map 5 twice now, but unfortunately lost that map 5 twice in a row as well. Map 5 versus Philly. Map 5 versus the Charge. Couldn't get a win there. I think one of those at least should have been a win for them, but I digress. You either get the win or you don't, and then they obviously couldn't get anything done versus Seoul. We're going to be seeing the same 5 members on board for the Valiant as well. The Dia Queen, most importantly, is the jewel, the crown jewel piece.
Definitely been an incredible standout performance from Dia on this one. I mean, we just spoke about a lot about the accuracy and the pre-firing, if you will, on some of these abilities. Has been fantastic from Dia. But yes, the usual 5-man lineup from the Valiant as they'll go and contest against the Spark. I have a feeling if the Valiant win this series, Avril, it will be on map number 5. That's my assessment going into this one.
This, to me, is a stage defining win or loss, because we had a little bit of chat earlier where I kind of mentioned that to make it to the Summer Showdown, to get top 4 and make the tournament, I think you need a minimum record of 3-3. If you don't get 3-3, you probably don't make it to the tournament, unless multiple teams get 2-4, in which case you get a tiebreaker, and the team that has the best record within the 2 and 4s will make it in. But assuming we're not going to get tiebreakers, probably looking at 3-3 is the safest bet. Both teams currently at 0-3, which means the team that loses cannot get 3-3 anymore, which is the final pathway, in my opinion, at least safely to qualification. So given that pathway, you do have to win this. This is a must-win game for Valiant or Spark to make the top 4 and reach the Summer Showdown. For Spark, it'll be their 3rd tournament in a row. For Valiant, it would be their 1st. So I know it means a lot to the Valiant, because after this, they have to try and stay alive, heads above water against the Charge, to make it into the play-ins, to even reach playoffs. And for a team like Valiant, if they don't do that, then they won't have made any events so far this year. They'll be eventless, which they won't be the only team being eventless, but it will be a bit of a sad case for them.
Yeah, I'm just looking at just double checking who the Spark have had to play against so far. Bear in mind, okay, so you talked about 3-3 being the golden number. They've played against currently the 2 leading teams at the moment. They've got their Dynasty match. They've had their Dragons match up. Those are the 2 expected outcomes for them to lose. And then they also lost against the Hunters, as you said the other day. If you look at basically on where we think the teams stand from a power level point of view, they've actually got the easier latter half. So these next 3 matches for the Spark, these in theory could all be the wins for them.
Which means no more excuses for the Spark. Really, it just means no more excuses for the Spark.
Exactly.
We even saw from Reinforce on Watchpoint as well. It's just like, okay, well, you know, they lost to the 3 best teams, so that means Spark is number 4. And if you're number 4, you still make the tournament. That's the line that's being towed currently. Custer's back in the Valiant.
Is that the copium line?
I know. Speaking of Custer back in the Valiant, here's a fun fact for you. The last time the Valiant actually beat the Hangzhou Spark was when Custer was still playing. It was back in 2019 in July. So it's been that long since the Valiant have actually ever beaten the Spark. Since then, Spark has won 4 times in a row. So Custer's still holding on to glory days of that one. But who knows? Look, I think it's not out of the question for Valiant to win this one. I don't think this is one of those like, oh, you're playing against Seoul. Bad luck, I guess. Very winnable on both sides. It's blue versus pink. Everyone playing the same things as expected. Very important game, as mentioned.
See the lineup here. Easy Hand spraying through to the back line. Dia, the pressure. Oh, needs some assistance from the rest of the team here. Retreating back, giving up so much space over to the Spark right now. Couldn't find a connection there from the Shy. The disruptor shot will go through, and it's enough to take out Dia. First kill going the way of Spark. Now need to capitalize it into the map capture, but there's an answer back onto Shy, so it is 4v4, but you're missing your tank at the moment. Not the position to be in. Alpha E goes to pick up Sarshin. This is not the start the Valiant wanted, but there's still a long way to go. Again, map percentage, very sneaky of them from Lengsa, but ultimately they have to give that over to the Spark to get the first count.
Lengsa's got to be careful not to die there, actually makes it out alive, and that would have been really risky, because if Lengsa does die, then all that good work to delay the capture would be for naught, as Valiant would not be able to regroup properly. But here we go, all 5 up. Becky staying competitive on ult charge despite losing that initial flight. Just rushing in, super Shy taking damage.
Yeah, there's the emergence we were looking for, very fast. Shy gets topped up. Was the focus initially. Great shot there. Irony takes out Lengsa. There's traded Lucio, so stabilized it all, but Alpha He will cut down Easy Harm. Becky follows up as well. Just needs Daya and Sarshin to disappear. Sarshin staying alive a little bit longer than they need to necessarily, but it's not the end of the world. Not a huge stagger. 30% in climbing for the Spark.
I really thought Lengsa had the boop onto Hangzhou Spark to send them to the low ground. That would have split up the Hangzhou Spark incredibly well, and that would be one way for the Valiant to get ahead in the fight, but unfortunately ended up booping the Hangzhou Spark further deeper towards the Valiant, which is not ideal, but it is how the fight goes, and ends up being caught in the middle of the Hangzhou Spark and gets completely destroyed, but at least the trade will come through on the Super Glitch here. A trade on the rallies, both will be spent. Blades, Alpha
Wait for yeah, it's going to be have to follow that up after Becky. Beats traded as well. Lengsa doesn't quite have theirs. Becky's gone down mid-blade. It just leaves Alpha E free to pick up that kill on Sarshin.
Yeah.
Lengsa's going to have that beat advantage coming into these final fights that come out of round number 1.
Well, the time that you would want the beat was in the previous fight, unfortunately, so it's one of those silver lining situations where it's like, we couldn't use the beat in the old fight that we wanted to, but you'll get to use it in the fight afterwards, where Burnout has a Rampage available, a lot faster than Dia for what it's worth, but given that Spark have been winning these fights, it's probably not out of the wildest thing to imagine. For this last fight territory, though, Easy Hard versus Shy.
Overclock being used by Easy Hunt first. Alpha E's in his face. The beat comes out from Lengsa as expected to answer Bernard's Rampage. The backline were the only 2 of Valiant to find that anti-heal. Missing Easy Hunt who can get back into the fight. Dia's about to go down as well. They need a support. No damage dealer, no tank. Sarshin's about to follow up as well, and this is Spark. They're going to close out round number 1, 100% to 0.
Yeah, I mean, a decent amount of kills being traded. Well, actually, I'm completely lying. There's only 2 kills that LA Valiant got, which means 3 players didn't die at all. Alpha E, Burnout, and Irony had 0 deaths. And Becky got the only 2 kills so far for the Valiant, so nobody else in the Valiant got a single frag. Becky's got 2. A bit of an alt charge differential on that map as well. Again, the critical fight for me was, you know, double rally. double Dragon Blade, but only one sound barrier because Lengsa was, what, 10, 15, 20% off? Which,
yeah, about 18.
Which is 70, just, you know, it's kind of what happens when you're losing. It would be great if he had the ultimate and had kept up, but, you know, when you're losing, you're typically going to be behind, so it's more impressive that the other members were keeping up. Now we move over towards downtown. Again, that was 100-0 on Mecca Base, so hoping for a little bit more out of the Valiant this time.
I would like to see Sanctuary today. So hopefully LA Valiant can take us there.
Sanctuary's closed. It's night time, after hours.
Ah! Surely they do night tours though. A lot of places. Probably be beautiful at night. Make extra money if they could. Charge a premium for it. Dia, just on the cusp of going down again. Sustained for now. Becky also needing some assistance right now. Spark have control of the Mega, so that's pretty vital for them to be able to just take out Dia, remove a sustain option for the Valiant. And they're just going to catch the exit frags here as well. Spark taking up his first fight. They will by virtue of that good first cap.
Yeah, Shy Sec, 2 kills there. Snipe on the Dia, exactly as you want. Valiant is still on the same 2 final blows they had in the previous round, and it's a fresh round now, but I believe they all died in that last fight, so a 5-0 collection is Valiant. I don't think really get too much more done there. And, you know, this time everyone is basically behind an ultimate except for Lynx. Ironically, Lynxer is the one that's ahead. But Super Rich down, this is an opportunity. 5 versus 4, Valiant can surely turn this around.
Now see them go forward and just charge into the backside. They're trading headshots for the time being, but it's Dia again with the Carnage to find Shy. Becky with the cut through on Burner. And now the flip coming in for the Valiant. For the first time, they will see percentage on the board this map.
They will. And a little unfortunate the Sashin does go down there. Shy collects a bit of tax. Slows down the respawn slightly. Both teams should still have the 5v5 at the same time, but does put Sashin down a little bit slower compared to Irony in the rally race. It's Lengsa that will find the first ultimate of the round so far between both teams. Doubtful that this will be a tempo beat. I suspect this will be more likely than a counter Alpha Yi's blade is. You're deep enough now into the round that you are suspecting plays like Alpha Yi should have blades, so...
I lost Irony as well on the entry. This is not good for the Spark. 2 fights back to back where they've lost the support on the entry. And they've not been able to reclaim the effort. Get the flip though, because the fight's happening off point. Easy Han and Dia picking up 2 kills, but it's not a fight win for the Spark just yet. Alpha will try and get out, but nope. Cut down before they drop, and the flip comes back. So nice stall tactics on the percentage, but will cost them their life.
You do steal the cap away, but it does kind of translate into, it doesn't exactly equal out mathematically, but because Alpha Yi takes his, you know, feeds his own life away for that, Valiant kind of earn a little bit of free percentage while Spark have to reset. So make up slightly for that.
Sashin using the rally, Irony's going to use that as well. Beat comes up to Super, it's just in the nick of time. Becky will have some support as well to stay up. Alpha Yi's blade this time around has the overlap in their favor. Rampage was big from Bernard to shut down the support onto Dia, meaning Alpha Yi can just do whatever the hell he wants to that tank. Couple of answers back from the Valiant, but it's not enough to stem the bleeding. They're suffering already. Tell you what, one more might do the trick. Lengsa finding Super Rich. They migrate back to the point, potentially stalling this one out. Flip comes in. It's going to be about 80% on the board for the Valiant.
And Lengsa gets away as well, so now you can speed boost the rest of the Valiant in. Look at that. So as soon as the cap comes through, Valiant here to respond. They can't quite touch in time. I think it probably would have been difficult to touch in time anyway. Dia has the extra rally advantage, but Rampage advantage rather, but with Lengsa down, can you go for this 5v4? He's going to try.
Attempt for it. Rampage committed. It's now a 3v5. And it's just all going wrong. I'd like the attempt from the Valiant, but maybe should have been more conservative with that ultimate.
And the one play that did get hit by the Rampage doesn't go down, so that's one major tool off the board now. I don't really suspect that we'll see another Rampage from either team for the rest of this round now as we head into the 70s and perhaps the 80s in just a few seconds here. LA Valley have made this one a lot more competitive, but the Spark that's about to equalize, overtake, they've done that now. And Alpha Yi is about to lead and getting the last ultimate, the first of the last round of ultimates, I should probably say. With Alpha Yi down, that's an opportunity to find the critical kill.
Yeah, that's the accuracy we were talking about in the pre-game. Avril Dia coming in with the jagged knife. Becky holding the corridor for now. Cap did come in. They actually got back cap there, I believe. Nice little flip coming in. And now they're just actually going to crush the Spark. They're going to compact them. This is so dangerous for Spark, actually. We might get to see Sanctuary after all. Percentage being held by the Valiant. They're picking up stagger kills, taxing Spark on the way out. Alfie attempting to do some delay.
Oh my god.
Maybe even trigger the overtime. But he had to give his life for that.
Valiant are going to survive. Valiant are going to get the flip. They're going to get the primary kill that they need. If it wasn't for Dia getting the knife into Alpha Yee's back, dagger through the heart, that would have possibly just been the 2-0 for Hangzhou Spark, as Alpha Yee would have had the only ultimate online. Valiant would have been kind of struggling to do anything about it, having no counters available. And now Valiant would have been in a very sore spot indeed, but the Hangzhou Spark, they lose out on an opportunity to clean things up in LA Valiant off the back of some brilliant pickups. Again, primarily off Dia's blade. They're going to force their way into Sanctuary, closed or not.
It's the Night Tour, I told you. They want to make that extra money, man.
Yeah, they phoned up the
pretty, isn't it?
groundskeeper. I don't know who's in charge.
Yep.
And they said, look,
The Sanctuary groundskeeper.
Yeah.
They can't bang the drum though. They don't want any noise complaints. So gonna have to avoid hitting that at this point.
Daytime drumming only. Nighttime no drum.
Yeah. You have the bobbies around.
Drum.
Probably makes a big sound. Let's have Shy charging up, ready for a railgun shot. No targets for them to shoot at just yet. That he could get a pick on. Could pump a lot of damage into Dia, but it's actually super rich. It's found out by Easy Han's Ash. So there is a variation in the comps. Burner answers back with a support kill onto Sarshin. It looks like both supports have been out of the fight for the Spark. Burner again with these frags on the exit. Trading back and forth, but ultimately they give up that map position and map capture over to the Valiants.
It's 2 and 2. In terms of frags, both the Jungle Queens are still dead, so it's a DPS and support only fight so far, and Shy will get the first of those necessary kills to flip over. Only the 14% for the LA Valley. It's a minor detail. See if it ends up making a difference towards the end there. Alpha has to be very careful as a dive.
Yeah, it doesn't want to go down here, especially when they're getting set up for a 5-person defense. See the Valiant get clustered. Can split around the point. They're going to try and attack from multiple fronts, it looks like. Great pullback into Shy. Very vulnerable, but will escape. They've spilled blood in the water, so they're going to send all the Piranha after him. Becky gets caught out by the Disruptor shot. Charging up for the railgun. Doesn't get the kill onto Lengsa. Gets him out of the fight long enough to maintain the map capture. Easy Han's still so far removed from this fight right now, playing at range exactly what they need to do. It doesn't mean when it changes so quickly, they do get caught out sometimes. They can't keep up with the pace of the fight necessarily.
Slow going, as we have nearly 50% online for the Spark. Now Valiant struggling to find a fight entry. Now the first Opus online for Super Rich. Easy Han looking towards the Bob. LA Valiant, still no further progress towards the point itself. They're going to take a fight around the side, it is, or rather Spark will force it upon them.
Thrown into the middle, it's in a good placement here if the fight continues to be where it is, but they migrate back round to the point. Beats committed by both sides. Rally coming out from Irony, there's a support ultimate advantage to deal with Becky's blade. Alfie holding on to theirs, and they hold on too long as the Dynamite will take them out over time. Sarshin using the rally at the end just to try and guarantee the deal, but it's not gone right for them. 2 drop despite the support ultimate overlap they had in their favor. Rampage goes through, won't find the connection from Dyer. Bernard still standing strong right now, cannot find these exit kills. Flip comes in for the Valiant. Looks like the 1v1 is not going to go strong as it quickly does not become a 1v1. And Valiant win that decisively at the end.
Good clean up idea towards the end to allow the Valiant to now finally find some catch-up. Alpha E dying in the middle of the fight as well, burning down to the Dynamite at Easy Han. No opportunity to pull the blade out, couldn't get the healing. Key ultimate that they need, as well as the Rampage. So they being the Spark here, enough resources to, I think, finish this round from 76 onwards. No real defenses from the Valiant. They can allow the blade to come through first, and if Bernard sees a good opportunity for the Rampage, can also go for it.
Alfie now gets to use that blade. Steer will be taken out by the Carnage. Alfie changing focus, won't find a follow-up kill. 5v4 at the moment, 5v3 as Sarson's off the map. Alfie in the face of Easy Han. There's going to be Super Rich picking up a brute kill as he takes Easy Han off the map with the sound wave. And now there's one more attempt for the Valley to try and come back and get a flip here to win this first round.
I mean, small detail there, but Super Rich getting the kill crit means you get the ult charge off the full health bar remaining from Easy Han, which is a huge lot of something. Final fight for sure now, and a very aggressive push.
Yeah, it followed up with a rampage on the D, and that's going to be it. Don't see a way that the Valiant get this unless they get a sneaky back cap that Spark are wise to their tricks now. Bob goes on to the point. Going to be held there. Becky's dropped, so Bob will compensate for that extra man, but he's booped off the points. Bye, Bob. No disruption for you. Spark will claim the map. But boy, did they have to work for that one, Avril. Hangzhou Spark lead the series.
All three, well, actually not all three. I think the first was 100-0, wasn't it, on Mecca Base, but the other two was a lot more contentious, given that, you know, especially on Downtown, that's when the LA Valiant got that round win. A very critical Jagged Blade connection to Alfie will secure that for the LA Valiant through Dia's Junker Queen. But then we go over towards Sanctuary and Hangzhou Spark, outside of maybe like one or two rough fights, with Alfie dying with Blade Up via the Dynamite from Easy Hunt, outside of a couple of fights like that, Hangzhou Spark seemed to be in a pretty good position. They did sort of lose the first neutral, lose the cap initially for 14%, but they had the lead. They had the 76% up. They had the Blade into the Rampage. They had all the resources. Valiant would run dry. Only Bob could save them, and even then Bob came in slightly too late. Easy Hunt didn't have it, and Bob got booped off anyway, so Valiant, no dice there. Came close, but no map versus the Spark.
Well, there are plenty of more opportunities to try and win out some maps. We already know we're guaranteed a map 4 of the Valiant are to take this series in the end. When you join us after the break, we'll be going to Hollywood, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown. The Spark are leading the series. The Valiant did make them work for it towards the end on Busan, but we turn our attention over to Hollywood. It's going to be our second map of the series.
Yeah, Valiant are trying. They really are putting in the effort, and they are making it competitive. It didn't look like it was going to go to a third round. We finally did get to see Sanctuary, courtesy of the LA Valiant, but a short trip. I mean, I don't know that we saw all the sights. Didn't get to bang the drum. Quick in and
Not
out.
allowed.
Feels like the groundskeeper just kind of did a solid for us, but like, you get 5 minutes, then you're out. I'm usually not allowed to do this.
Take your
You get
Instagram
5
photos
minutes.
and get out. Take
so-
your IG photos and get out.
We just got a brief visit, a little detour through Sanctuary, but it didn't seem too difficult for the Spark at the end of the day. They set themselves up to have to win that one eventually quite comfortably, at least towards the end. So Hollywood now. Let's see if Valiant get a bounce back here, as I'm really enjoying Hollywood in this meta. Personally, so far, I think the B point has a lot of great playmaking potential. And we actually saw Hollywood between Seoul and Valiant, I believe yesterday. Valiant managed to cap A, but couldn't quite get through B, so there's something to say there about Valiant being semi-competitive versus Seoul on this map. I'd like to see them develop from where they were yesterday on this map now to go further against the Hangzhou Spark.
Becky's being a little bit sneaky, playing forward. Probably wants to get that early bit of charge before he dashes back to the safety of his team. A few shurikens, no doubt, going to be thrown away of the Spark. Lengzer's also just there, just in case, I imagine, just to escort them if things go wrong. The rest of the team lining up around the corner. Going to try and get themselves out and challenge the Spark.
So let's take
early.
a look at this. I was going to say, I don't think that's a real. The burner, I think the burner Zarya was just to put a bubble onto Alpha Yi to get a snipe out. Now everyone will change to what they're supposed to be playing. So that's cool. Just to see if Valiant want to get tricky. Remember here as well, teams don't really succeed spawn camping A. It's not like Circuit Royale or another map. D has to be a little bit careful. Shout's already been burned. So that's a long cooldown now. Spark can probably make a timing play off that with Burner's Shout.
Yeah, Alpha Yi's gone straight to the back line to try and attempt to do that. Having to give up so much space right now. Spark, pretty well placed. They have control of the point. They're going to make the Valiant progress onto them.
Somehow.
Still sustained, but now they take the advantage with EasyHan railing Bernard.
Oh!
2 kills back though. This is the cleanup coming in from the charge. Lengzer being hunted down, but they can escape. Tax kills on the exit. They got a Lucia to try and deal with. Big stagger if they finally confirm it. Lengzer goes down. One more isolated. Becky, what are you doing there, friend?
Well, he's got nowhere else to go. I mean, I think he was just trying to get out somewhere, be annoying, and just, I don't know, play his life, but everyone's dead. The fight's over anyway. Whether Becky dies there or elsewhere doesn't really matter. Shy with the late kill to Easy Hunch to make things worse for the LA Valiant. To me, that fight really should have been over when Dia took a bunch of damage well before the fight even began. They fall back. Dia has to burn a Shout just to get out alive. And Bernard with the Shout advantage gives Hangzhou Spark so much room to operate. And the fact that Valiant lived as long as they did was quite impressive. But when they start dying, they really start dying big.
Really not good at loss mitigation, should we say. They're up there on the rooftop for the time being. Here, Alpha Yi know where he is, but they've already lost Dia. They weren't able to account for how much impact Alpha Yi could have as he finds a second in this fight against Becky's Blade. He will finally get taken out there as well.
He's not even blading, so he's just doing it. He's just straight frame.
Did it with shurikens.
So, I mean, and the payload's still pushing. Best of both worlds. You're winning this fight. The payload's free pushing. Becky's bladed. You haven't bladed. You just traded the rally for that one. Very fair trade for, I think, the Spark, given that, ultimate's like a rally charge reasonably quick. Yeah, so to bladed. Sometimes. Here comes Alpha Yi now. No sound barrier from Mesa.
Dia again. Got the pocket from Sarshin, but it's not enough. 2 kills coming in over to the Spark. Up onto the rooftop to go and try and contest EasyHan. Oh my god, the reinforcements coming up the elevator. No
I
chance
don't think
for
this
them.
payload stopped. I don't think this payload stopped the entire way through B. It really has just been one big push, and Dia's now got the bad spawn, so he'll unfortunately go down again. It's been super unlucky for Dia. All of these fights it starts from A, right? He gets chunked down, loses Shout, they lose A. B, I don't know how he got isolated and killed, but he got isolated and killed. And now the end of B, he gets the bad spawn and is caught in the middle of nowhere because, well, he's got nowhere to go. And he gets killed again. So, kind of negative impact from Dia, sadly, is a man that's capable of having amazing jungle performances. But here, so far in Hollywood, it's been definitely miss.
I think that's a conscious decision, isn't it? Like,
Easy
Spark
Hunt
just
just lost his
constantly going for them. Yeah, dives out the ultimate.
Sort of shy.
Bernard's then going to pick up Dia again. Alpha Yi just harass on the exit. Sarshan's doing their best to stay alive. Will ultimately go down as well. They're so isolated
so
away from
one-sided.
the team. This is painful
So
to watch in
one-sided.
a way.
And I think part of it, B, was also just ult advantage snowball as well, because you remember that the Alpha Yi blade got pulled and Lynx didn't quite have the counter available. He was only several percentage points off the sound barrier. But then Becky also had his blade shut down on B, and now as the fights move along, it's just non-stop aggression leading to, well, say aggression, non-stop just, you know, normal play, not even being overly aggressive, just walking in, getting the damage done, fragging down the Valiant, pushing through.
Oh no. Can't convert that. Forces the rest of the Valiant to come forward
Dude,
there
they
and try and help
let
Sarshan.
Irony out to dry.
Oh,
Spark?
they should not be doing that. Spark have been folded a little bit here. This is the first signs of life we've seen from the Valiant on this map. They're finally able to push back Spark.
That's a whiff from the Spark. What are they doing? I don't know if there's not a miscommunication. Burner and the rest of the Spark decide to back on out, and Becky's going to send his regards over to Alpha. That might have been Alpha as well, I'm not too sure. But you saw that Irony was still pretty far forward as Hunter Spark started backing up. Maybe they miscommunicated the intentions, but it seemed like Irony didn't know that they were leaving. So Irony was still, like, not quite committed, but he was definitely the furthest one forward as Burnout runs away. And then Valiant's like, well, that's a free kill, and they get that.
Able to capitalize on the mistakes. It's quite good from them. There's the B coming out just to answer the Becky blade. Alpha E still holding on to theirs. Bernard's going to cut through and find free with the Rampage. Now Alpha E pulls out their blade. Sarshan's the first. Easy Hunt the second. They rotate back around to the point to find Becky. Their appetite cannot be satiated. And they're just going to clean up the stragglers here, push the payload over the line. Spark with a hefty time bank moving in if they have to go to a second attempt.
This reminds me of the Seoul Valiant game all over again, where, as I said, Valiant did cap A, but then they got held up on B. Seoul finished the map, was the second part of the story that I didn't tell. Well, you get it now, and very similar to that, Spark finished the whole map. And now we'll see if Valiant can get at least A, which is what they got versus the Seoul Dynasty. But again, we need more than that. You want to stay in the series and look competitive. That was not a very competitive defense from the Valiant at all. I think they won a grand total of one fight. A single fight, and that was
that was off of quite a well-documented Irony mistake.
I think it was a team mistake. I think the team left Irony out to dry. I think if it's an Irony mistake, then what they did was they told Irony to back out, and he didn't listen. Or my assumption is they just didn't say it, and Irony was like, "What's going on, guys? Oh, why did you all leave? Oh, I'm by myself." That's what it looked like to me. I know from a support perspective, that's usually what happens. You just kind of get left out, like, "Oh, thanks, dudes. Want to tell me you're leaving next time? Thanks." But outside of that, flawless from Spark.
Yeah.
Consider the railgun before you decide.
Kind of makes me worried for what's going to happen on this defense now. You know, is this a full held on point A? Are Valiant going to struggle to even get points on the board with this one? Hope not. And I hope it doesn't come at the cost of a big mistake from the Spark.
I know Valiant like to go to map 5s, but if they lose this map, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep, which is... When you look at the Valiant pathways to map 5s, they never get there through reverse sweep. They get there by either reaching match point first at a 2-1, or like doing a soft, not quite reverse sweep, but being down 1-2-1 and then getting 2 in a row, or getting 1 in a row. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just
the alternating.
being down.
They're not good at streaking. They're not good at streaking.
They're not good at reverse sweeping, but they are good at reaching map 5 if it's not a reverse sweep. Which means it needs to be a 1-1. Which means they need to win this map.
Very patient, very slow from the Valiant. They got through that first chokehold, but they haven't got a footing on the point just yet. Still having to run into the wall of pink, that is the Spark. Dash through there onto the backline from Becky. Alfie has their number. Comes back, shout out from Dia. Regrouping them back on the point itself, but there's, oh my god, when it comes in waves. Avril, the entire team just folds all at once, and the Spark deflect the first offensive.
It's this shoreline backing out way further than it should, and then you realize the tsunami's coming in.
Yep.
That's kind of all that is. As you know, when Sparks start getting kills and Valiant start dropping members, do they drop big time? And that's kind of what we saw on the A defense for Valiant as well. At least on the A attack, they get another go of it. This is where Spark, where they continually win these opening fights, get the snowball ahead. I mean, look how far ahead Super Rich is from Link, so we've already seen the difference that like 10% ult charge on the Lucios can mean.
Balanced trade. No Junker Queens on the map. Valiant have point presence at the moment. Got a third. They have got some progress to take away.
This is
Even
my
if they do
dream
end up losing this
Overwatch
one.
game, like just only DPS and sports. You know what? Take out the sports too. Just 5 DPS versus 5
Just
DPS.
damage dealers.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, they're locked in the tiny Overwatch room. Alpha E forced out. Too many bodies in there for him to get involved in that fight. It has stagnated the push. Junker Queen should be returning back to the fight. Shouts are there. Beat from Alpha E. Answer back with the Lengza barrier. D has gone down. So has Irony. Cut through from Alpha E to find Sarshin. There is an advantage of bodies on the floor for Spark as they're taxing kills on the exit. Lengza gets out, but Easy Han will not as they find Becky as well. Spark reset their defense.
Stagger.
Lengza!
Yep, it is a stagger.
Why was Lengza still there?
Wait, they snuck in. I don't know, maybe they just struggled to get out. It's hard to get out sometimes, especially when you get railed. Hit 41% though, so they did. I don't know at what point they snuck in a tick, but they snuck in a tick.
They got the tick when they got when both Junker Queens lost. They managed to get point presence.
I
Spark
see.
paid them a lot of respect.
Alrighty, well, okay, well they got something to work with.
Yes.
And now they have ultimates as well. Alpha is already bladed, so now it's Becky's turn.
Yeah, Rally's being traded as well, so that will be the difference maker.
Oh, Shy!
Oh no! It's all gone from Becky!
Shy!
Doesn't even get to use that blade! He could be shy, he could be coy, but he's being aggressive today. Very forward from the damage dealer. And they're going to send Lengza back to the sport room. 45 seconds remaining. This has got to be the final attempt from the Valiant. They will have a rampage. They'll have an overclock. Burner has a rampage of their own to try and counter.
No introverted behavior from Shy today. That
Nope.
is straight in your face. You know exactly the kind of message that he's sending you today. Both of your DPSs instantly railed down by the overclock. You really needed the blade as well. Becky has
Cheeky
done
angle
some
from
real
Burner.
work with the
He's
blade.
gonna come
This is
from
a big
behind. Rampage.
That's
Good
insane
move.
though.
Yes, damage mitigation, but it still causes Sarshin to go down. Super Rich gets caught by the Jagged Blades.
Big from
Not
there.
over yet. Yeah, you're going to have follow-up. There's the overclock as well coming into effect as Bernard's been removed. Valiant getting onto the point. Pre-fire on the corner with the Carnage, but it's not enough to take Alpha E down. They will deflect the kill. Gets the mini to try and sustain. Spark can still fight this one. Shy goes down. Becky, 1v1 against Alpha E, and he comes out on top. That leaves it open for the Lucio, but no one touches. Spark go to match point, and the reverse sweep has to come out from the Valiant if they want to go to map number 5.
Sashin tried, but he just wasn't there. Again, not a C9 because Valiant just lose the fight anyway. If you lose Dia and Alpha E goes sicko mode and just kills 2 in the neutral, because, I mean, what else can you do? We get to enjoy Shy railing people in the play of the game in the lobby. Maybe you will at home enjoy that moment a little bit later on via the replays being shown. But for now, Spark 2-0, looking dominant, looking good. They're playing their A team. They're playing their true starting lineup with everybody that they were winning with in Mid-Season Madness and prior. And the LA Valiant, try as they might, technically speaking, this is an even worse result versus the Spark than it was versus Seoul. At least versus Seoul, they kept A. Here, they struggled, man. Hollywood was not a close map at all.
You're going to need to get the defibrillators out for the Valiant right now, bring them back to life as they head over to map number 3. When we come back from the break, Junkertown's going to be here waiting for you. Welcome back to the Summer Showdown. The Spark are leading the series 2-0 against the Valiant. They now have to go 3 maps in a row on a reverse streak if they want to take us to map number 5. Very out of the ordinary if you're a Valiant fan, so yeah, you're going to have to pull in some massive power bombs, some massive energy supplements to be able to get them to that position. But Spark looking really good right now. Far more dominant on Hollywood than what it looked like on Busan. Very competitive Busan. Very one-sided Hollywood though, Avril.
Yeah, and then you look across the board, I'm checking some stats at the moment as well, and something I didn't even realize that happened in the game was that Alpha E had only 1 death. Everybody else died an expected number of times, but Alpha E only died the 1 time, and I think it was that 1 death of Lengsa, which Becky then dropped a couple crouches on as well, and that ended up being the only time Alpha E died, but I don't know, he was absolutely pounding otherwise. Bernard's been having a great day as well. He actually ended that map with the highest amount of final blows, 12. So it's been solid across the board. You're seeing Irony and Super Rich kind of get active in the kill feed. Shy had the 2 major shutdowns in that one fight as well. Destroyed Easy Hun, deleted Becky's blade. You can even just see it on the face of the Valiant. I think they're a little bit stumped here. This is not, I was going to say not a good day, but realistically not a good qualifier at all. This would be the 4th loss in a row. You know, they'd be doing it in LA Gladiators here if they lose again. So it's just, it's not pretty.
Unlike the Gladiators though, they haven't banked a lot of points from earlier in the season.
Yeah.
So it is really coming down to crunch time as we move into the final stages of not only the stage, but also the overall season. Avril, you know, not looking the strongest when it comes to the win-loss record across the board at the moment for the Valiant.
Yeah, and I mean, like, who have the Valiant beaten? They've beaten Chengdu. I'm going to take a look at their record right now just so I make sure that's correct. Their first win of the entire season, which actually broke the loss streak, was versus Chengdu. That was in the Kickoff Clash qualifiers. And the mid-season Madness, they had the reverse sweep versus Philly. So I'm actually wrong. They have reverse sweep before. So it is possible they can. Wouldn't count them out. And then they had the 3-1 victory versus Guangzhou Charge. But their record versus Charge is like 1-2 this season, which is not ideal. They've only had the 3 wins. Here comes a TP play straight out the gate from the Spark. This is pretty cute, but all it really means is you swap sides because you still don't have payload control. Valiant are happy to allow you to TP away. And now Valiant will play the Spark defensive spawn, and Spark will play the opposite end. Notably, that the Spark still have Shy in spawn, so maybe they can set up a crossfire.
I think that's what they're going for here. To shut down the available angles.
Oh, the payload's gone!
They've got the payload! They've walked it out! They've walked it out! Oh my god, they got caught off guard. They were so distracted by Shy giving a little bit of crossfire that they stepped away for cover, and then Super Rich just comes flying in to take the payload out from underneath him. It's a back cap in the strangest way, and now the Spark are cleaning up the fight.
You're supposed to stall the payload. If you're spawn camping, you need to control the payload. What? How did that happen?
They panicked. They panicked from the crossfire.
We panned the camera away for like 2 seconds, and I'm like, wait a minute, the payload's gone. Valiant, you had 1 job.
Oh, Super Rich just carjacking him at this point. Alfie just waiting there at the bottom.
Just slides it out of the driveway. Don't even turn on the engine, just release the brakes and let that one roll down the driveway. The alarm doesn't even go off. The alarm doesn't even go off, Avril. It's disabled for some reason. Keys are in the ignition, ready to go. And the Spark carry forth with that same energy, taking everything they want from the Valiant right now. They are putting up a bit of resistance here on point A. Zuhan will find a frag onto Shy. But ultimately, this is point A just going the way of Spark. They get that extension, and they're already onto the 2nd section of the map. I know. Look how much time is there. We haven't really had a slowdown. This has been one gigantic push from the Hangzhou Spark, similar to actually what we've done in Hollywood, that has had no slowdown. Alfie he's just hungry for blood. He's been fragging out. That hasn't stopped since the 2nd map, or realistically the 1st map. Got at least Easy Hunter as a bomb. They've got something to work with. That's silver lining here for the Valiant.
They got a beat coming up as well,
and actually get a fight going.
Yeah, beats around the corner as well for Lengsa, so there's some defensive options. Gonna have to use that for Alfie's blade. He's been sitting on that ready to go. Talk about him fragging out. Here's a chance for him to pick up some more. Becky has the answer. So ultimate economy not too bad for Valiant, all things considered. When you look at it, they are behind, but still got some options to try and mitigate the storm that's about to hit them.
Actually have high ground here as well. Okay, Easy on dies.
Okay, well, Yeah, so does Shy. So they traded back the damage. Alfie's Blade in the middle, goes for a few cut-throughs. Bit of cleave damage passed on to the Valiant. Now they're running down Sashi with the rally. Oh, so sad. That's no Brigitte available for the Valiant right now. Becky gets dropped as well. They can turn their attention to Dia. There are 5 members compacting Dia in a corner. And that's the tank removed. They'll walk this one in. Maybe they get a touch out here. But it's not looking good for the Valiant right now, Avril.
No. Becky's gone Echo now. I actually think Echo's okay on C, but it does say that at this point, Valiant have basically given up on this B defense. In fact, they're not even going to go for the touch anymore. They're just going to set up on the high ground, and it's going to be another 4 minutes and 40 seconds. And the time bank is the Spark continually push on through. They've still not lost a single fight. He is about to hit the Rampage, but that's all they have at the bank. Sessions. Quite sad. He still has that rally, and speaking of sad, Easy Han is not going to be too pleased.
Poked immediately into that railgun headshot from Shy. Just trying to contest them over on the turnstile. It's a bit of more than they can chew in this instance. Caleb will walk forward now. Becky has to play around the turnstile well.
Oh, I saw that, Shy.
Oh,
I saw that.
what'd you see?
He didn't exo jump onto the higher ground. I caught it in 4K or 1080, which anyway. I forget I said that.
It says a lot about the state of the game. Oh, okay. Yeah, Rampage finds free. Nice shutdown onto Alfie. So this is what Valiant needs to be able to build a defense. Becky going wild in the corridor with the damage to get it down. But it was for that counterattack from the Valiant, Avril, I was about to say, it says a lot about the state of the game where the only flaw you can find from Shy is missing a jump.
I think that's a lot of. Also, a lot of that fight came down to Dia landing a pretty sick Rampage. 3 or 4 members, I believe. And Becky with a huge cleanup after that with this Echo. But Dia setting it up. Little Dia is the T in the T-ball. And then Becky gets a little softball. Let's just talk 2 different types of balls there. You get what I'm saying there. He had the setup, he had the layup there.
Yeah, balls are being slung around. I get that. Bernard with the shutdown here. Anti-heal onto Becky from that Rampage coming out with Bernard. So still solid from the Valiant. Second defense in a row. 3 minutes in the time bank, and that's a lot of ultimates expended there from Spark.
And in two fights, Becky's found the duplicate, so he's kind of fragging on the Echo. And part of me is like, you know what, if he's losing confidence in the Genji, and, you know, some teams do like the Echo on the Junker C here, I respect it. And he's proving why this is kind of working out in their favor. As long as Dia doesn't get fragged, it'll be okay. They just got duplicate, there it is.
Two Junker Queens present. Dia's about to go down. Lengza gets dropped, so now you're missing a support option, but they were able to sustain Dia up in time. Becky's about to get a Rampage online. 2% away. One more tap does it. Straight into the middle of the fight. Only catches Bernard. We'll change the focus over as Dia gets dropped. So they actually lost 2 Junker Queens at the same time there because Becky lost the duplication. And there's a bunch of kills picked up at the Spark.
But Bernard doesn't care. He fragged out. He's still alive. Got 2 kills. Killed Dia while rampaged. And to be fair, that was not a better Rampage for Becky there. It's like pick your poison. Which one signal player do you want? Because you're not getting more than one. And now as we hit the end of this sort of last straight on Junker C, Hangzhou have 3 ultimates on board. One of them being burnt out.
Yeah, Bob's somewhere in this fight. I think he's on the back of the payload. Irony. Pass that pack over to Alfie. He needed it. The beat comes in from Super Rich as well. Lengza answers back. Rampage from Dia finds free. They need to convert this into kills right now, but the shout comes out from Bernard to sustain him. Shy clings onto life for a little bit longer. They only lose Super Rich. That might be enough for Valiant to put the brakes on the payload once more. And have themselves 1 more defense. Yeah, they're not going to bother staggering this out any longer than they need to. 1 minute 20 left. Gonna have a Rampage and a Blade going up against the lone rally.
Strangely defendable now for the Valiant, given that they get to push up as well, but also beyond that. Dia's Rampage, Big Valley, 3 members caught down. Super Rich and Shy being bled down by the Rampage itself, and then Bernard kind of, well, can't receive too much help there. Big carnage hit from Dia, but low HP.
Oh my god. Blade comes through from Alfie. He finds nothing as Becky snipes them. That was a big ultimate being thrown in there from the Spark. Not able to convert it just yet. Final attempt. They're looking towards Bernard's Rampage here to save them.
And they probably will, I think. Valiant don't have really any defenses here. What they need to do is space themselves properly to make sure that they mitigate the effects of the Rampage as much as possible, so that only one or maybe maximum two people get caught. I think if Burner can somehow find a big Rampage here, it'll be over for the Valiant, but Valiant should know that. They should know that there's a Rampage coming.
Trying to save space for the time being.
Don't
Don't want to get too greedy here. Don't want to get picked. Oh! Carnage finds nothing. Burner! Ducking and covering. Easy Han. Taking a few shots. Could go down here. Super Rich. Able to convert that one. It opens it up with a spark. They'll push through the underpass, try and get to this payload.
Becky's got dupe.
Overtime's in effect. Yeah, got to go for the duplication on the Junker Queen. Dia might be able to get a Rampage up their own if this keeps going on long enough.
The longer this goes, the better it is for Burner, because he can force the Valiant to group together now.
There's the duplication coming in. 2 Junker Queens. Gonna be jouncing into the fight. There's the rally being popped by Irony to move forward. The duplication goes down. Becky doesn't get that. Dia is so close to staying up, but won't find the Rampage from this one, unfortunately. And that's another member down, but they are playing against the serious spawn advantage. They need to make them decisive. No one touches! And the Spark get the completion in overtime.
Well, no one can touch. I mean, the Bob gets blocked out by, I think, Bernard's body, and Linksa was either too slow, they got booped away in either. So, like, yeah, unless Valiant could get a single Rampage off either their 2 Junker Queens, just not going to happen. Dia, I believe, ended up on something like 98-99 as well. But Becky just couldn't get the damage done to build up. It's strangely difficult to build up a Rampage on even a duplicated Junker Queen. It is strangely difficult because a lot of things block ult charge here. Shout, green HP blocks ult charge. Rally, Sound Barrier, all block ult charge. So, can be hard to build that one up, and it doesn't get built up. LA Valiant losing a player. Who do they lose? Right at the top. Easy Han, long range, Shy, poking out
Easy
with
Han.
a rail or two. And then Super Rich went in for the alley-oop, right? So, set up some low HP. Set up Easy Han to be on low HP. Super Rich zooms in for the kill, and Spark have a 5v4 after that. So that one death kind of gave Spark the impetus to finish the entire map.
My ultimate is charging.
Let's make sure that we double check our garages today, Avril. Let's make sure that the garage remains closed. The car is behind the double door.
Just lock the car.
Don't leave the keys. Lock the car.
Just
Don't leave the keys in the ignition. Set the alarm. Maybe get a guard dog or something. I don't know. Let's just not have a repeat of what we had on our last attempt at this.
Becky's going to start on the Echo. So this is more than just a C play now. This is more like a confidence play, or rather a lack of confidence play, in that no more confidence in the Genji, and just see how the Echo performs. But I think the Echo is actually the weakest on A. The Echo improves as we move through A to B, then C, obviously strongest on C. So it's going to be a bit of a long, grueling fight here for Becky to build up to a position where the Echo is considered good. The good news for the Valiant is they've already made it to the final choke, this kill box that I like to call it. But Hangzhou Spark, though, this is actually also where they want to hold. So this is the position that they're going to start committing.
Tight corridors. Very good for the Spark right now. Just going to hold it there. Burner quite safely hiding around the corner. Pop out when they need to. Becky playing low and slow, flies around the corner, goes for a quick pick as the rest of the team emerges from the outside. They're putting all their attention onto Bernard. Shy getting a little bit of detraction from the outside, but it's 2 kills going away as Spark. And they poked the Hornet's nest. They kicked it even, and the Spark, they stung back.
Becky tried to get an execution there, and I think it was Alpha E, but Alpha E had already dashed away, so no connection on the focusing beam. Easy Han will get shied down with the Dynamite. It's going to be 5v4. Can the Valiant do something with that? Obviously no ultimates just yet, but they can push on forward.
Oh no,
Surely,
for Alpha E.
Surely.
They have to convert it. Convert it, please, I beg you. Finally, Linksa finds the conversion. Pushes Spark all the way back into this corridor. Very easy lineup for Becky to get the focusing beam. This Dia getting the final blows. And they get themselves point A, time extension. They keep the momentum going.
Very easy to convert a 5v4 into a fight win here, so that's why it's like more rare that if you see a team come back from a 4v5, it's like probably shouldn't be happening at all. This meta, more than any meta, you know, once you get that one frag, the entire team fight just kind of falls to the wayside of the team that has one frag advantage. We've seen that multiple times now in this series alone and in many others as well. Now we have ultimates available. Duplicate. It's Bob. Don't know if there's going to be a good chance to use the Bob on the high ground here, because that would be ideal. You use the Bob to instantly shove the Hunger Spark off the high ground.
Setting themselves up there. Where is the deployment of the Bob?
They've only got to do something.
Might want to go.
They can't. They're not pushing anymore, so they need to.
They're going in right now. Oh, Becky! They did something though, Avril. Give them credit. Just not
Becky,
the thing
Becky
they wanted
knew
to
he
do.
messed up there, because you see it from his facial expression, you see it from his POV. He actually didn't even have Shy on half HP. He was hoping that Shy being on like 60% HP, the beam would do enough damage to put Shy under 50, and then the beam could finish it off. But nah, like, I mean, you just didn't do enough damage to Shy to even go for that, and then Shy just completely swats you down with that rail. So he knew he messed up.
Emergence with the rally. Double support ultimate's held.
There we
Becky
go. That's what
finally
he's trying
pulls
to
it off
do.
on the Shy. There you go. Attempt complete. Bob comes out as well here from Easy Han. Hunting down Bernard. Beat sustains them. So does the rally. Becky gets the duplication onto the Junker Queen. There is the Rampage finding 2, but they don't convert Bernard's efforts as before they go down. Alfie has the blades. Going to hold on to this one though. This is already a lost fight for the Spark. They can't reclaim this. It's all about the stall.
All right, I mean, the double shout gives, I mean, I saw Easy Han there with like twice the amount of normal HP he would normally have, so even more important when, you know, Sound Barrier had been burned, you're trying to block out Bernard's Rampage damage, so extra shout counts for a lot there, whether you build up your own Rampage or not. And a fast cap on B, so for all that was problematic with how this map has been for the Valiant so far, gotta say, attack has been pretty damn good. They lost one fight on A, they won the subsequent fight. B ended up being pretty damn good for them, considering it was a bit of a slowdown. They had to do a bit of a reset as well once Becky overcommitted onto Shy, but straight away the next fight Becky makes up for it by fragging out Shy, giving the 5v4, and Valiant push on forward, and currently it's on the Spark to stop this one. The Blaze should be coming through this fight.
No, Alfie can sustain
Alfie's
himself
too low
and not
now.
be anti-healed by that Rampage. You don't give Alfie time to breathe, he's not going to be able to pull out the blade, Avril, and it's another one fight as the momentum ticks forward for the LA Valiants.
It's a big stagger that's about to come onto Shy as well, so you know the payload's been pushing the whole way through. Shy's not going to respawn for another few seconds here, which means the payload is going to come down to the final straight dash. Still waiting for this Alpha Blade. It will now definitely come through this fight, because I don't see anything that can necessarily stop it. But the longer this goes, the closer Sashin does get towards a rally.
Tucked away in the corner. Alfie spotted. Needs to find an opportunity to pull out that blade before he gets chunked again. There's a lot of focus put onto him right now.
In a 1v1 versus Becky, actually, and he defends the Mega Health back, I think. Alright, well now they have to go. Hangzhou have to defend now.
There's the blade preemptively. Alfie tucks away to the side just to get a breather as he sustains himself back up. Bob gets thrown out
No
here
help.
by Shy. They're replacing the member. They take him out very quickly. Rally from Sashin as well as they move forward. Irony boots Sashin back out of the fight as Dia finds the second kill. They're up in the skybox still. Becky doesn't go into the room, but Dia's happy to sit there. Just sit in the front with the scatter gun. They're walking it over the line. They've got themselves a few members there to contest it. Alfie holding the deflectors. Irony's rally ticks away. Lengza has beat as an emergency if anything goes really wrong here. Becky with the Rampage doesn't connect them. Burner will take them out. The chance here for the Spark to deflect this onslaught. They've lost one already. Becky with the duplication might get another
Becky needs
attempt
a
to be able
Rampage.
to
She
use
needs
this one. Not finding it, goes through, just isolates Bernard off to the side. Alfie and Shy aren't anti-heal, but they're not getting healing as it is. They need to focus on Bernard. They're unable to do it. Alfie finds Becky out the sky after the duplication. Spawn advantage really helping out the Spark here, but I don't think it's enough for them. As Valiant, they've got control of the payload. They're going to walk it over the line. They're a 1:34 difference in the time bank, but we get to see Junkertown all over again.
I gotta say that was Becky for me for sure. When Dia goes down, Becky holds down the fort because he copies a Junker Queen, allows him to still have a tank. In any other circumstance, if he doesn't have the duplicate available or he doesn't get the dupe on the Junker Queen, they don't have a tank, they lose that fight. But because they do have a tank, it's like a 4v5 where Becky can build up a Rampage very quickly as the only tank available when Spark are kind of down on resources as well. I think the shout would have, the shout got used there, and here this is where Becky gets the shot opportunity to pick up. Easy Han, meanwhile, has a full safe position to shoot from where no one's able to get on top of him. And you see as well, they then turn that Rampage specifically onto Burner. I think he had the choice of maybe going to others, but he also understands if Burner just dies here, I can focus him down. I Rampage, I come out of dupe form, I sticky into fly into beam, Burner could do nothing about it, just gets melted. That means that when Dia returns to the fight, and he does, now Valiant are the ones that have a Junker Queen advantage, and they get to push it across the line.
See if the Spark get to do something creative to break the full hold potential here from the LA Valiant. Different setup from the Valiant this time. I think they might not be going as close as we saw them previously, although they might do that when the doors
they're hiding,
open.
but
I think they're waiting for the TP.
They're hiding, but they're basically, I think they're preempting maybe the TP position as well.
Yeah, they were.
But it's not going to come
Didn't come through though.
Operational protocols complete.
I think he's thinking, like, do I want to match Echo? No, I think Genji's still playing. I agree. I think Genji on A is just better. But as you saw towards the end there, Becky started having a much better time on C, where I expect the Echo to be performing. And in fact, if you are the Valiant, not only have you sort of given up on the forward hold entirely, you've given up, you're basically setting up only for this now choke position to defend the open ground. Kind of like what Hangzhou was doing, to be fair.
There's the Dynamite coming out, but it's Easyhan and Becky on the back foot. Shout from Dia. Burner answers back as well, pops everyone back up. Shy relatively uncontested at the moment on Sojourn. It's out for you. Sasha will be sustained though. That's
Becky
the
held
time
the
bank
payload
right now. Oh no! Alfie's gone down. This is overtime ticking. They haven't pushed it far enough, I think, Avril. Dia, if they can just seal the deal here, clear off the rest of the Spark, they're in a great position to convert this on the offense. Trading off Shy for Easyhan. Spark's still alive. They do have the spawn advantage to play with. Bernard takes out Becky. This is big for the Spark. They can keep them going. Like you said, the rally being committed. Super Reach is about to have the beat as well. Don't think they're going to need to use it at present. You can see Valiant get ready for the start. A headshot from Sarshin. Can't get the pullback, just a little bit too high on the Jagged Knife. But that's good enough to keep them going towards the completion of point A.
The rally difference is just monstrous. I mean, you can't go through all of that HP.
Yeah.
And then beyond that as well, like you sort of mentioned, Super Rich has the insurance policy of the extra sound barrier, and as Spark get into ultimates, they will cap Valiant. Don't have what it takes to stop the cap from coming on through, but they are desperate to get these frags. They will get shied. Surely this is the 5v4 that works. Super Rich is going to have to beat. Yeah, he does.
Beat, there's a bomb thrown out as well. It's actually 64 when you think about it. Rally from Sarshin. Lengs is about to have the beat as well. No support ultimates available. Alpha E comes in on the tracer, but it lost Bernard. This is it. Valiant gets to shut it down. Point A is the benchmark that Valiant will have to meet when they go on to their offensive.
And it just seems still like a very defendable spot. I think if you are the Spark, you're happy with that 1 minute. Not hoping for too much more. You know, 1 minute cap A has always been my standard for like what is considered winnable for a 1 minute time bank. But Valiant have 234, so they're allowed to make a couple more extra mistakes and still be in a position to cap. Once A is capped, though, I think it should be done. Hangzhou Spark would have to do the most insane close hold, spawn camp type of hold to prevent the Valiant from winning. So really for Spark, it's hold A or lose this map. And there's a hope for the Valiant to start a reverse sweep. I mean, this would be it because they have the extra 134 in the time bank. They have, all things considered, played Junkertown better than Spark so far.
And you struggle to disagree with that. See how they line up though. Spark, not like them. They're probably not going to go for that full hold. They're probably going to play around this choke point once more, but hopefully play around it a little bit better than they did last time.
There's a risk though, because if you play the choke further back and you lose that fight, you might not get a second attempt at defending A. And for Spark, defending A is critical. Whereas if you hold the initial spawn, you are guaranteed 2 fights. So that's the trade-off here. It is more risky though because you're fighting right outside the attacking spawn, and if you lose, you do snowball the opponents. It should come down to how much you back yourself. Ash Echo to start out with. Valiant playing technically slightly off meta here.
Let's see if they can make it work. It's a couple of dinks. No headshots connecting just yet. Walking this payload into the choke point. Yeah, getting some ult charge on the
Dynamite as well. Put a bit of pressure on Super. It actually meant that Spark had to hide there. So as the payload now is about to leave the kill box area, Spark are going to be forced into action. They can't just chill forever.
He has to go for the assassination on Super Rich. Sustain's alive. Oh my goodness. Should have converted that Lucio, but a lot of support coming
healing
in from Irony there with the packs and the healing as well.
Irony keeping Super Rich alive. Super Rich, a little bit of fancy feet in the air, will keep himself alive. And that 134 is about to be burnt down in a 30 seconds time. Shy at risk, but maybe
Good
not close
flail
enough to
back.
convert with Beam.
Alfie into the thick of it. There's the carnage. Sashins goes down. Duran's
Burnout
back into
did
Burnout.
effect.
Yes, that's actually huge for Valiant to keep this push forward. Need to find some more kills. Becky's low. Not got the range to get in there, but Alfie finally takes the Echo out of the sky. Shy will lose their life. It's Alfie again doing everything they can to keep the fight going in favor of the Spark. And it's actually at a point now where the spawn advantage isn't too massive for the LA Valiant, but they are getting back the point faster.
They can just bomb, and the bomb can basically win a fight for them. Look, this Irony super low.
Oh, it's over.
And
It's all over.
Again, capping A is all that sort of matters here. So once you've capped A, Spark have to be in a position to hold. 0.41 meters, 0.41 meters, and the bomb can be the finishing touch.
Alfie gets to the point. Dynamite there. That's going to hit multiple members. Shout counter. Bob goes in. Takes out Alfie. They're starting this point from a 4v5. Yes, they have the beat advantage, but they still have the point. Bob was the one who capped it for them.
I told you, Bob would be the finishing blow here. He would be the one to get it done. Not only that, but you'll have noticed as well that Alfie dies on 98% to the Bob. The Bob gets thrown in, and the impact damage of the Bob, which people forget is in the game. People think Bob is just a turret there, like a big Torbjorn. Like, Bob is the level 3 Torbjorn turret that we no longer have. However, he also does do impact damage when he hits somebody while sprinting in, and that's what killed Alfie. And had that not happened, Alfie would have had the blade, could have turned around that fight. But, yeah, I mean, technically I'd say that, yeah, Spark didn't touch, but also I think they lost the fight. I think they were definitely losing that fight to me. A couple ultimates were coming online, so, you know, you could still call it like an extension, but the Bob's value in that fight is undeniable. I think the Bob was going to be a big carry point, and he was.
The 6th man of the Valiant doing the work for them. The beginning of the reverse sweep for the Valiant started now. When we come back, we're going to have a push map for you. Do not go anywhere. Reverse sweep has started for the LA Valiant. They just took Junkertown. And yeah, they actually looked quite dominant on it towards the end there. Very controlled from them, especially on their offense. And then also the second attempt as well. They seem to have it all in the bag. Technically, you could argue it was a Bob C9, but as we've already discussed, overall, the fight was pretty much lost after Alpha You got taken out before it began.
6v4. Hey, Bob counts.
Yep.
Bob counts as a extra member. If the payload says he counts, then he counts. And the payload definitely said he counts. Bob literally capped the point. It was only 0.41, so you know, just someone lightly breathing on the payload could do it. Really big shout out to, I think, a big performer on that map for the Valiant was actually Dia. Looking at stats here, Becky had some reasonable moments, as did EasyHan, but Dia stepped the hell up compared to Hollywood. Now, notably, didn't have some great things to say about Dia's junk to win Hollywood, but he 180'd that hero completely into Junkertown. Went for a total of 22 final blows, where the next highest was a second tied equal between EasyHan and Becky on 14. And then you have Alpha Yi on 13. Shy had, unfortunately, a very woeful game. Some reason, he ended up dying way more on this map than any other map. And it does kind of remind me, as we head into New Queen Street, of, you know, the early Shanghai and Seoul matches for the Hangzhou Spark, where they just focused down Shy over and over. All of Hangzhou Spark only had about 11 deaths, or Irony only had 10 deaths, but then Shy had 16 deaths. So he was specifically dying just that much more than everybody else and being targeted that much more. You can see it from Becky's POV as well, trying to fly into his face as the echo. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But you know, Dia's damage output was insane. His final blows really, really high. Highest amount of eliminations as well at 43 to 22 final blows. You know, just absolutely rocking the stats compared to Hollywood.
3, 2, 1.
Well, let's see how they do on New Queen Street. Going to have the emergence on to the point. Going to have fighting on the high ground as expected.
All right, who gets
on
a
the
boot kill?
May for this one?
So they're taking a page out of the book of London Spitfire. This is what Backbone's been doing in a lot of their gameplay. I would have imagined that if you really wanted to commit to the May, you should play Innovation here, but I think the backup option of Becky going back to the Diva, sorry, not the Diva, the Genji is important as well.
Very muted first fight, but it's EasyHan on the back foot, as with Lengza. No kills converted for the time being. Shy goes aggressive, tries to find the guy straight crossfire, and just absolutely demolishes EasyHan. You saw the rest of the team compacting him into that tunnel, and it was just Shy to cut off the exit. Dia turning up with one return kill onto Bernard, but this is a very conclusive fight for the Spark to win it out in the first conflict.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of damage where Bernard doesn't end up dying, and Shy with the brilliant flank into EasyHan, I believe, was somebody on the Valiant to gets rid of them and converts a 5 versus 4 into a 1 fight. And now Becky gives up on that May, and EasyHan gives up on the Sojourn as well. So we're going back over towards Echo Ash, and to be fair, I think Ash is very good on this map. So Valiant will once again, this is where they had a great performance versus Fusion as well, where EasyHan played the Ash and Image decided not to, which was a little bit weird. And Valiant won the Equation versus Philly off the back of EasyHan Ash. They're going to try and pilot that one again to victory.
Very aggressive from the Spark, taking the fight over to him. Dia, no HP really to play with here, will get taken down. We lose Super Rich and Shy in the Carnage. So there is an advantage here for the Valiant, and they're going to utilize it by pushing back the Spark, and they even get the tax kill on Irony back out at the end. Maybe too much there from Alfie. Himself in a difficult position as they're picking up even more. They're on the hunt for that Genji. Oh, Alfie,
Wow.
you invited that one by jumping over the wall. And there's a little bit of a sit down from Becky.
Sends another sign seal deliver message personally to Alfie. That one went straight into the DMs. I'm sure every single crouch you saw there was another message sent in the DM.
And you could try to dono wall that one, but typically you can't ignore that.
At least Becky actually killed him this time and didn't have lengths to steal the kill.
Yeah. It's no longer a group DM, it's just one-on-one at the moment. Becky up in the sky, duplication.
Speaking
available.
of ultimates, I mean, Hangzhou Spark actually had the ultimates to push on through.
Oh, okay.
And Shy will be the one to take down Becky, so...
Bye, Becky. Oh, that was sneaky there by Shy, the old skid and shoot. Taking Lengzer out with the overclock, and Spark going to be moving this back round again.
Done.
Just misses
He
out
wasn't done.
He had one left in the chamber.
Yeah, he had one left and he wanted it. Could have been Easy Han as well, but Easy Han will live to fight another day yet. And tell the story of it. Should be the defending checkpoint here, given that Valiant have everybody alive. Spark just waiting for an opportunity to walk on it with this Blade. It'll be Blade versus Bob Duplicate. Easy Han on an angle as well.
Becky changing over, double Junker Queen. Dia has the Rampage available. No ultimate shoes just yet from the Spark. They will pop the rally. There's a rally from Sarshin. Beat was also used by Lengzer in that. Shy's gone down before they even commit to it. Becky climbing towards the Rampage, not been committed. They're going to use one. It'll be Becky's. Dia holding on to theirs for the time being. It's a dominant fight win there for the Valiant.
Another emote as well. Becky's going on.
Yeah. Becky just doesn't care at this
you better
point.
win this map. You better win this map, Becky, because it's getting a bit
Becky
extreme
doesn't
now.
win.
We had a bit of crouching earlier. We got some emotes happening now. He's about to straight send some messages into the all chat after this. It's the only escalation available now, given most NA players start with the all chat. So a couple stages of escalations for Valley before we can get there. Big
Rampage
fight, man.
is big. It finds 5 members of the Spark. Kills all momentum on that push. They were coming in hot for that conflict. Alfie focus down, but they lose Sarshin. Dorado has a Rampage of their own. Don't think they're going to have to use it in this fight. The Shy is just clicking head. Diaz the second on the chopping block. Becky out of the sky. Woo. Shy finding 4 members in that fight. And the Spark move the payload back.
Yeah, he's currently popping off, and I don't think he had the most comfortable game on Junkertown. It seems like whatever player I sort of call out for having not the best performance on the prior map, then ends up popping off in the following map. Dia, Hollywood, not great. Junkertown, amazing. Shy, Junkertown, not great. So far, New Queen Street, amazing.
Get there just in time to stop the checkpoint capture. Rampage finds Lengzer and Dia. There's 2 members, but they are able to convert it to Dia. They lost 2 in the Carnage. Shouldn't use the word Carnage when that's actually an ability now, but hey-ho.
If Becky gets another kill here, he's about to send something in the chat, I'm sure.
Wait for it. Wait for it. No?
Give him a crouch, give him an emote.
Well, no, if he gets Shy, he needs a damage dealer.
The problem is Shy's killed him too many times, so to get one up, Becky's got to get Shy down, and then he'll send a cheeky whisper over or something.
Whisper?
But
No, it needs to be an all, otherwise we won't see it.
Oh, for the entertainment of the fans, I hope he doesn't whisper and he shows it to everybody. But shows it, show the class. But 48 meters to 57. So I think the checkpoint did actually come on through. That's 5v4 now. So every single time Valiant get close to thinking about capping, they just lose too many members. Shy is just fragging again.
And using his overclock to create effect. That's 2. Create some space. Still keep an eye on Dia. Has to use it with the left click.
Dude,
Shy. Just dominating these fights right now.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. It is Shy, but I'm surprised because he's had some off maps. Now this map is just undeniably so far pretty much all Shy, and I'm starting to feel like this Echo is a liability. And Becky can't swap yet because he's got the duplicate, doesn't want to give up the ultimate, but you're just seeing how easy it is for Shy to destroy Becky every single time they meet. It's incredibly one-sided for Shy in that matchup. And I think it's just the open space in Queen Street where, the Genji just has more value here. We'll maybe see that from Alfie's POV.
Let's go for the blade to find
Missed the dash.
Lengza.
Messed up their dash.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Rally was also used there by Sarshin, so they got basically both supports moved off the field. 3 members here. That's the deal breaker there for Bernard.
Becky lost his rampage.
I mean, they lost a lot more than that. The team's just been absolutely dismantled by that one. And there wasn't enough actual pushback there from the Valiant, so it does mean checkpoints will be capped by the Spark this time around. And this stalemate between the 2 checkpoints has finally been broken.
Well, yeah, I think we've had the checkpoint already. Hangzhou Spark actually already capped the checkpoint earlier. It's the Valiant that have struggled. And I talk about the Becky rampage because while the fight was over, what's important for the Valiant is they need to go for frags here. So even if the rampage does go through but they lose the fight, but the rampage allows them to collect even just 1 kill, that gives them a lot to work through on the repush.
That's how low Dia went, and immediately Alfie goes in. But that counter rampage from Dia to reset the fight was fantastic. Alfie on life support right now, needs to stay alive. Oh, they cannot.
There's 4 members of Spark on like half HP, but Valiant just couldn't chase them down. And now they're actually going to be able to heal up and, you know, re-engage this fight. It's another kill from Shard to Becky. So what I'm saying, it's way too easy to kill an Echo as a Sojourn on this map.
Becky's just not changing though. The excuse of having the ultimate has now been removed. They're going to wait out the mob, I feel like. They can just hide behind the bus. Not the most optimal placing. It does give some respite. But they can't really use the Bob to convert anything else.
Just a delay. The Bob is just to make up for the fact that Becky went down to give them another 5, to give the 5 members up. And I think this is, you know, the time is the biggest factor here. The fact that Valiant haven't even enabled the checkpoint stall means we still have to see that later on. They still have to wait that extra 3 seconds for the stall. Becky's lucky that Shy didn't have higher rail charge than 60 there. Otherwise, I'm sure that Becky would have been swatted down from the sky again. We're about to reach 90+ meters, about to be 95 to 100 before Valiant are even in position to maybe fight.
I think this might also be insurmountable progress for the Spark. I feel like there's so many fights in between now and then to kind of match the distance.
It's twice the distance.
Yeah, Spark have effectively won the map already. This is just like Valiant need to break the hold now and get Trock in. Otherwise, this is all already over and the series is done. And you can't be starting like that. Sarshin gets caught by the Jagged Blades. It's another clean fight. They're on the cusp of actually completing the map now, Avril, let alone being able to have pushback from Valiant.
I don't think they will finish because there's still like 20 meters left to go, but they're gonna get close. They're gonna get so close that, I mean, I think you could write this map off at like the 90 meter mark, at the 120 meter mark, and what can you write it further off than initially writing it off already? Can you double write it off?
Yeah. There's the beat from Lengza as they emerge from the spawn. Counter beat comes out from Super Reach. We've got a ballet from Alfie finding Sarshin. They might be able to cap off the back of his fight as he cuts down Dia as well. No tank, no support. Change the attention over to Becky. Is sniped again. Bernard actually getting away with that one. Don't even need them to do it. Cap. And then drop the bag. Where's the crouch? You know you want to do it after that one. But Hangzhou Spark going to be able to come out there with the win. 3-1 scoreline. LA Valiant unable to find the victory once more against the Spark. Can't reverse sweep it. And there you have it. The beginning of the campaign for the Spark. They got the tough matches out of the way earlier on in the season. 3-3 is the golden number, as you reminded us at the beginning of this matchup, Avril. And Spark are on the path to be able to achieve that with this victory today.
Yeah. Pink team, too respectful. No bags being dropped there from their perspective. And my goodness, wow, what an ending. What a way to finish things off. Yeah, Valiant severely dropped the ball there. It was competitive and close on New Queen Street until it wasn't. And that truly did feel like for a little bit of time there, just a brief few moments when they were kind of fragging evenly, when Easy Hunt and Becky were kind of getting it done. You know, the Echo still seemed okay. I'm like, maybe we can go to a map 5. Maybe this could be a reverse sweep. But, you know, the longer it goes, the more you give time for Shy to pop off, the more Becky just gets annihilated by Shy time and time and time again. Look, you could argue that Becky had Alpha Yee's number a couple times there, which would debatably, you know, justify the couple of crouch in the emote there. But at no point did he have Shy's number. And that's to me, that was the major issue there was Shy popped off on New Queen Street. Given, you know, Shy to me still wasn't performing to a very high standard on Junkertown or maybe even some of the other maps, but this last map was all Shy, and Becky was mostly invisible due to Shy, and the refusal to swap off the Echo to me was a big factor there as well.
just didn't. It seemed like Becky's confidence on the Genji just kind of got knocked earlier on in the series. Just unable to do it. I think looking at probably like player of the game, I think maybe it's maybe Shy Montage coming in. I don't know. We're still waiting to find out who that is, but we're getting a Shy Montage right now.
I don't know if this is the player of the match or we're about to get the player of the match.
But it's always good to see that sliding shot.
But I mean,
I'm pretty sure there was a bit of clay pigeon shooting as well from Shy at one point. I think we saw Lengza get booped and Shy just take him out of the sky on the way through.
yeah, looking over maps, Shy's Busan was reasonable. Top fragger on Busan. Didn't have any like egregious stat lines in terms of deaths or anything else. Hollywood, competitive with everybody else, but did have the most deaths. And I think Alfie and Burnout definitely had a better map there. Junkertown, I talked plenty about already. I don't really need to go back there. So here we go. I think Shy is player of the match, but mostly, I would say mostly gained off the back of the last map. Because he started good. Middle 2 maps, not great. Final map, disgusting. Final map, like truly disgusting in terms of his output. And 69% railgun accuracy as well. I'm going to trust that everyone's going to be mature about that.
Nice.
Stat line. And, you know, we're all adults here, except for the people in chat who I think are all children. I'm sure there's...
Sorry,
sure there's
if you put rail
someone,
and
I think
69% in the
Tay
same
is the most
conversation.
mature person there. So, tell him how it is, Tay. Yeah, Shy, insane last map. Insane last map.
What a performance from the Spark there. So like I said, that starts their campaign to get that 3-3 score line. LA Valiant, getting tough for them to come into the latter half of this stage. Need to find those
0-4.
wins if they want to be in playoff contention. Hey, you got to try and hit the 2-4 then. That's the best scoreline you can hope for in the stage. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the entire series highlights, just to tease you a little bit longer before we get into our final game of the day.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to the Summer Showdown. We just saw the Charge, not the Charge, the Spark, put the Valiant to bed with a 3-1 scoreline on...
We did see the Charge earlier.
We did see the Charge earlier, you are right. I was looking at the scorelines and reminding myself of what happened. 3-0, 3-1. Dominant performance at the end there on our push map for the Spark to be able to put that one away. Shy had a fantastic performance, and basically we were told by production in the break, the difference maker for them getting player of the match was actually that final map where they just popped off and were absolutely obscene. Let's take a look at some replays from the entire series though, because one map doesn't make all the difference.
Yeah, I think Valiant just, they got up to a competitive start. We went to Sanctuary here, remember, but Sanctuary ended up being, still competitive, given that Valiant did cap through and we got to deep-ish percentage points for both teams. It felt, though, from a raw feeling perspective, and I know that's not quite the most tangible argument, that didn't really feel as competitive as a scoreline would indicate. Things really didn't improve for the Valiant further forward. Hollywood was easily just the worst map for the Valiant. It didn't look great versus Seoul Dynasty. Somehow managed to look even worse versus the Spark, and we didn't really get to see a big turnaround from the LA Valley until we got to Junkertown, and even then that was a 5-4 scoreline, so it ended up being A captured for both teams, and Valiant with, I think, one of the most hilarious finishes that we've seen on the map, which is Bob dunking on Alpha E, deleting any chance of him pulling Blade, and then just capping the map for them. Here it is, watch this. Boosh! Alpha E is just gone!
Just
you forget how much damage that does, by the way.
Yeah, it's obscene! Cause some blunt for and look, he's just close enough there. You know what? I can kind of forgive the Spark. That to me looks like it's just on the cusp of being able to interact with the payload. I could forgive them for thinking they were safe. I wouldn't risk it.
You forget that Bob can cap the payload, yeah.
No, I think they knew Bob could cap it, but I think they were just like, okay, maybe he's just on the cusp of being outside of the range. We're good to go on this one, maybe. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because that is quite a bit.
I'll tell you what, Alpha E dying where he did in the way of Bob stops the Bob from being out of range, because ironically, Alpha E dying to the Bob, like the Bob stops there where it kills Alpha E, and that ends up being a pretty cappable position from Bob.
So if Alpha E dodged it, the Bob might have gone a little bit further away.
If Alpha E doesn't die to the Bob, that Bob might have gone further deep, and that might have been different. But we're really clutching at straws here. It is a funny way to end things, but it is also now the official comeback initiated. When I say comeback, I mean for the season, for the stage, initiated by the Spark. 3-3 is the magic number for scoreline that they need for matches. For the Valiant, they're going to have to hope for a miracle that there's another team stuck at 2-4 that they can win a tiebreaker against, because otherwise, 2-4 probably not going to cut it.
Charge, maybe? Might be able to
They've
sneak away a bit, I don't know. Yes.
They have Shanghai and Chengdu left. Both teams are better than them. There's a real risk that Valiant go out 0-6.
No, don't say that. No one wants to hear that.
I wouldn't hope that for them, but there's a real chance, because Shanghai and Chengdu are both better. We're about to see we're about to see Dragons, because up next, Traders Philly versus Dragons. So, why don't we head towards a break, and when we come back, we'll get this match started.
Final match here on the Summer Showdown qualifiers for today. Shanghai Dragons going up against the Philadelphia Fusion. Me and Ab were having a quick chat in the break. I wonder if Bad Patramari has gone bold yet, if you remember how this went last time for the Fusion, where they didn't have that scoreline all fine and dandy. They did end up losing that series, I believe, and yeah, losing to Hunters and of all teams, but it's not looking good for them. They have a much tougher opponent today. The Shanghai Dragons, who could be in first place if they weren't behind on number of matches played. Just have to keep racking up the map wins, and then they can have a showdown against the Seoul Dynasty at the end of the stage.
Fusion are my favorite .500 team. Look at that, 7-7. Boom, smack down the middle. You know, keep your scoreline as even as possible. A team that is capable of beating the Shanghai Dragons and also losing to the Valiant. They can do that in the same day if they wanted to. And speaking of Shanghai Dragons, they're playing against them now. Would you believe that the last 5 times that the Fusion and the Dragons have met in a match, the series has gone 3-0. Doesn't matter whether it's Dragons winning or Fusion winning. Whoever wins, it's a 3-0. We haven't seen a 3-1 or a 3-2 result between these two teams since May of 2021. Since May Melee 2021. So it's been a very one-sided affair for either side for these two teams in the last 5 games we've played. So let's go ahead and meet the Philadelphia Fusion now. See who's playing. Probably Fury back on the Junker Queen. Not expecting too many changes here. Biggest question is MN3 in or is Carpe in? It will be Carpe still staying on the Sojin. So same lineup as we saw last time.
Yeah, no real differences here. I mean, the irony is, right, when you put MN3 in now, like, we just see them playing Sojourn. Ashe become a rarity, unfortunately. Do get the occasional Ashe moment, but no, Carpe is very solid on there. Zest as Genji has been really good, and the rest of the team's doing quite well. So why change up what's happening for the Fusion if this is the optimal setup for where you can be right now?
Well, I think, you know, you say why change things. I'm not suggesting that they should. I actually believe in this lineup. I have full faith in this lineup here. But you know, there's definitely some vocal people out there that have been asking questions about the lineup. But you know what? I trust Jin. I trust the Fusion, T1 to get it done. This is the one team being Shanghai Dragons. The Fusion have been able to get a lot of wins off of. And I talked about the fact that the last 5 games have been 3-0s. Well, guess what? 3 out of those 5 games have gone in the favor of the Philly Fusion, and 2 of those games were from this year alone. So these two teams have only played each other 3 times over the course of this season, and it's currently a 2-1 record in favor of the Fusion. Let's take a look at Shanghai now. Should be the Void lineup again with Who Are You and the Genji. Yep, there it is. Very scary looking lineup, and I'm glad that for the Shanghai Dragons, they've kind of found their A-team as well, at least for this meta. Getting Who Are You back in the starting lineup has done wonders for the squad.
I mean, with Genji being so prevalent, right, it makes sense that Who Are You is a monster right now. So yeah, getting them into the lineup, making use of the composition is all going to be fantastic for them. Lip, I'm sure, is going to be an asset when it comes around to the Sojourn as well, but this is a team that's been dominant for the past couple of seasons now. Shanghai Dragons been on top and just a force in the eastern region. I think it's a tall order today for the Fusion. As you've mentioned, though, overall, a couple of victories for the Fusion, 3-0 fashion coming in beforehand. So let's see how it goes down today. And that 7-7 scoreline that they're currently sat at, 7 wins, 7 losses, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Are they leading with losses and catching up with wins, or leading with wins and catching up with losses? Because that might help indicate how this is going to go for them. Because they might end up with 8-7 if they're win leaders. So
well, they just, their last 2 games, being their only games of the stage, was a 3-2 rather win versus the Valiant, and then a 0-3 loss to the Chengdu Hunters. So this is the thing about being a .500 team for them. You know, with 1 win comes 1 loss straight afterwards, or vice versa. And that was a brutal loss, by the way. I should add to the Chengdu Hunters as well. A very
so what you're saying is brutal 3-0 for the Fusion. Brutal 3-0 incoming. Brutal 3-0 for the Fusion to win. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, I think
they have to balance it out their win leaders.
They're either going to get the 3-0 versus Dragons, or they're going to get 3-0, because so far that's been the history between these two teams for 5 games in a row. And if history continues again, it's not going to be close. But who wins? Hard to say. Dragons have been on a dominant streak so far. They are themselves trying to catch the Seoul Dynasty. They're 6-0 on maps. Seoul Dynasty currently 12-0, in fact. The Shanghai Dragons, 2 more games left to play this weekend, have the opportunity to tie that up. Can they also go flawless? It'll be tough because they're Philly and Chengdu, 2 reasonable teams for them to get past. Number 1 is going to be Ilios here, as we don't expect too much difference in terms of the lineups. And yep, just Junker Queen, Genji plus the Sojin, no Echo yet, maybe at all. Certainly
We'll
not for Dragons. That's more of a fusion thing if they go towards it.
3, 2, 1.
All right.
Round 1.
Gonna kick things off with well. Here they come running out of the spawn points. Get themselves locked up, ready to have a showdown.
I'm glad no one's
just
on
checking
the
off
Ash
my
here. I
mini.
think Ash is kind of overrated on this particular map. So that's one thing that's good. Who are you? Looking to get pretty aggro starting things out.
It takes a chunk of damage for his aggression. Put on the back foot immediately. Able to sustain through. You saw Fixer flying on just to help out Zest in that engagement. We finally cut down Zest, finding the Genji Master, and Carpe takes out Lip as well. Fantastic start for the Fusion. You wanted brutality, Abgul. That's what we're finding in his first conflict.
Looking for a little bit of Etu Brute happening today. Maybe between the 2 Genji players. It's a young gunner Zest versus the veteran of Who Are You. At one point, Who Are You was considered like the young gun of the entire Overwatch scene. Long ago that was now. Zest diving ahead 53 to 35 in the ult charge. Fusion claiming fight number 1. Brilliant stuff coming through from the Philadelphia Fusion.
Who are you?
Well,
Sends Zest back
that
to school.
changed.
Answers back immediately. Look at this direct flip coming in for the Dragons. They want to have just as dominant of a retake. Who are you? But
Wow,
to stay alive
he's
to make
going
that
for it.
happen with the dash through and the reset. And they just flip it back in such a dominant fashion already.
Who are you? He's like, all right, I'm warmed up. I just needed 1 fight to warm up. We back.
Overtaken on the ult
fellas.
charge as well. He just
That's the thing,
lapped
right?
Zest on ult charge.
He was he just found like 50% ult charge in one fight.
Yep.
He was quite a bit behind Zest, and now he's a reasonable amount ahead. Not by an insane amount. They're both way ahead of the supports for what it's worth. This is what happens when you have like 2 amazing Genjis in the server. Both the supports on both teams are struggling to keep up.
For me, it's who's going to utilize that gap in ultimates better. Right? If they use these blades on tempo and try and beat the barriers, beat the support ultimates, who can have the most impact on just a raw blade?
Doesn't roll
There's
off
the blade
tongue
from
as
Who
well,
Are You?
but we'll take it.
Goes for the swing through. Some cleave damage, but no kill conversion. Zest not winning out on the race. But by the time Zest gets that online, you might have an answer from Lee J gone ready. Zest has to use this quickly if he wants to have the same luxury that Who Are You had.
I think Lip's going to go for this as well. I mean, this fight's going to get deadly. You have Carpe coming online. A lot of players will have their ultimates available. Zest playing this one patiently.
Weighing out, here it comes. Comes onto the back line.
Lee on
No
beat it.
conversion either, so low. Beat comes out just to catch him so he can re-engage into the fight, but still didn't have enough uptime with the blade to be able to actually convert into anything. Rally's being traded afterwards. Flip comes in for the Fusion on the back end of the fight. They get the kill conversion onto Lip. He will sit on the point and try and pick up the stragglers.
no.
Carpe goes for a ride down the hole. You can't set up next to Lee J gone. He's going to send you flying every time, and that was the beginning of the end for Fusion's offense. They had the luxury of having the point captured so they could build some percentage, but this fight will still go over to the Dragons.
And you actually saw there, by the way, Lee Jae-gon flying in. Carpe saw he railed Lee Jae-gon, put him down to 1 HP, but because Lee Jae-gon lived, he got the boop off and sent Carpe flying into the well. So such close margins there, because Carpe actually nearly killed Lee Jae-gon, but this is going to continue to be Shanghai Dragons leading 80% to 50. Philadelphia keeping it close. A lot of ultimate spent in that last fight. Everybody popped in an ult, and only Void and Fury now have anything to play through. So who indeed does have the better rampage here? Fury likely pressured to go early. Watch the boop, so expect Easiark and Lee Jae-gon to boop it away. In fact, they might even try and put him in the hole.
Rampage trading through 3 for 1. I know who had the better. It was Fury, and Carpe's able to turn it around quickly with a headshot onto Void. Pay the attention over to Lip on the back, and this is it. Fusion, good fight win. Little bit of tank diff when it comes to the Rampage usage there.
Lip actually voluntarily dropped off the map. So I didn't want to give the kill credit to Zest. Who knows? His teammate was actually right behind him. But in any case, the goal is done. Zest wanted Lip dead. Lip goes down. Now we get a full reset, 67 to 99. And every single fight so far has been in almost exact equal ult trade. Who Are You and Zest back at it.
Who Are You has the advantage on the climb. have the rally as well. There's a big ult advantage that's prevailed now for the Shanghai Dragons in what could be this final fight. There's that rally used on tempo. HuRyu has the blade, going to pull it out, turns attention to the Carpe, who slides out very quickly. Does not want to give over a reset.
Wait,
Fury and Carpe find two! But Fury will end up going off the map himself for that one.
Hashtag kill
2-1
two.
trade. Exactly, Fusion have the map. They touch there, trigger the overtime. HuRyu will be able to escape with their life as well. Final conflict on the map. Oh, Lee Jae gone again! People need to stop playing in the well. And here's the blade and the beat that comes out. Fixer finding Lip, the cut down onto Izayaki. Dragons struggling to materialize off the environmental. You've got a Hammond on the point now just so they could touch. Philadelphia Fusion have the setup. They have the point. They're going to run down the time here. No war contest. Round number 1 going over to the Fusion.
And 4 frags by Fixer in the last fight there as well. As cute as it was to see Lee Jae-gon booping people into the well, it did not give the Dragons enough of a player advantage to actually finish that last fight. And as you sort of mentioned there as well, Void coming back on towards the ball, just trying to continue the fight forward, but can't really win off the back of that one. So, oh, I see what happened here. Fury got booped into the well, but because he knifed Fury, he took Fury in with him. That's actually really, really good. Kind of like one of those Roadhog things, because we see Roadhogs here as well. They get booped into the well, and they hook somebody down with them, and, you know, at least you trade 1 for 1. I respect that.
Go down fighting, always. Moving over to Ruins. No changes to the comps just yet.
Wouldn't
We'll
expect
go for
it
a
here.
clash on Mirror.
I think you won't get any for this entire map now. Well, sometimes you see a little bit of stuff, but Ruins, cookie cutter. Close game though, 99 to 99.
Stab through for HuRyu. Just going to harass Zest, try and contest with them. Wants to chase them down here. They see a lot of low HP bars, but even so, on the Dragons, you got some Mega Control is there, so that will help with the sustain. And now they just convert him, crashing that wave down onto the Philadelphia Fusion. Managed to tax Lee Jae-gon for the efforts, but that is point capture going to the Dragons.
I think Void actually got that Mega in the fight as well, because he went low,
Yes.
but survived from it. So Mega Control, can't underestimate how strong that can be. Void sadly will fail to get on top of the roof, as we saw there, but they'll just play the low ground now. Flip maybe a little far forward. HuRyu beating Zest by nearly double on the ult charge, very important.
Still just clashing. Whenever you check on where they are, they're both just fighting each other with
no.
shurikens. Oh!
Off the map.
Pain for Void! And that's the fight. That's just the fight off of that. You want to play around this edge of the map.
A lot of ult charge for God as well.
Yeah, you want to play around that side of the map. You want to play around the Mega. You run the risk of
was so
environmentals, and AimCod just capitalizes
You saw Void
perfectly.
as well. He was like scrambling to try and stay on, like a rock climber that just lost its grip, but you're slowly sliding down the cliff face, and there it is. Void goes down, but on the re-entry, Lip will take down Carpe. There is still a fight here. Fusion can still go on because they have the high ground. They can just drop down.
And AimCod as well. This is a fight win for Fusion. That's a 5v3. Zest will get Lip. They push the Fusion away. Can't stall out the capture anymore. Zest will make themselves very vulnerable. They try to stick around. Wait. In the tiny Overwatch room? No, no, no. As Fury gets cut down on the hunt. Trying to use the speed. Oh, Zest could not get to the Mega in time. Hunt down like the prey he was right then. And the Fusion will have to try and go for another retake against the Dragons.
Okay. And this time, the team is trying to all stack up on that high ground as expected. Same as what Fusion did actually on the Shanghai side of the map, as we saw that is what got Lip killed and couldn't get out of that trap. A lot of ultimates coming online for now. The Philly Fusion, we saw HuRyu pulled the blade. It will be Zest's turn coming up. Izayaki has a rally, but Lee Jae-gon's still a little bit off that sound barrier, so can't quite cleanly counter that blade. This could be a big opportunity for Zest to find a fight win. We'll certainly need it.
Mega's gone.
Lip
There's
could be
no...
dead yet.
Okay, has the dash to get back onto the map. Does mean he won't have it to try and
Izayaki.
catch down a kill. We'll trade the rally, being sustained for now. That's expired. AimCod has a slight overlap. Beat available for Fixer. Lee Jae-gon is about to match. Fury and Void, they're the next critical ultimate, but Lip snipes Carpe! Slides aggressively into the fight. Those railgun headshots are complete beat killers. Doesn't matter how quickly you use the beat, you'll still go down to one of them. Zest and Who trading back and forth, 2-1 in favor of Who. Genji Master still reigning supreme. Goes for the pullback, overtime ticks down.
Wow.
Dragons keep control, force it to 100, and we go to the final round.
Yeah, that was great by Lip. Really good stuff. I think that's not even the first time that he had that specific shot onto Carpe. Oh, the orange and the red here clashing really makes me feel some type of way. Shanghai Dragons take us to a third round on Lighthouse. And this time Dragons felt a lot more in control of the map. 99-99 on well, but this one was a lot more Dragons favored in some way. Still reasonably competitive both ways, given the amount of fights that Fusion were able to actually win there, pushing the Dragons. Why are you starting to get away from the rest of the pack now, though, at 12 final blows? I mean, he is 12 out of 23 total for Dragons, so does say a lot about his impact so far on the map.
It's a race to the high ground. No doubt Who going to go find out Zest and going to trade shurikens back and forth. Turns his attention over to Fury for the time being. Even Lee Jae-gon's getting on the action to try and dethrone them from the high ground, force them down low and create some vulnerable positions. Lip found Carpe again! He can't keep getting away with this! And that kills all the momentum that Fusion had. They're nowhere close to having a return kill go their way. As they get point for the Fixer! What a shot from Lip! Sniping Fixer out of the sky, slides forward aggressively. They got the point capture they wanted. Fusion have to fight their way out of the spawn.
That is disgusting stuff coming on through. Don't do it to him, Fixer. Got away with his life that time. God, if Lip hit that shot, that would have been it. I mean, I think Fusion would be boomed after that, but Fusion will stay in it.
Yeah.
Trying to catch back up. Lip's on 63%. He's outpacing Who. It's rare to see a Sojin outpace a Genji and ult charge in this meta. There it is.
There's quick kills coming in. Zest not having the strongest of starts on round number 3. Kept in check for a while. Who uncontested in the corridor. Picking up all these kills. Fusion, I know you joked around how Lip's headshot might boom them, but at this rate, it looked pretty boomed as it is.
Certainly for 2 fights in a row. Still time to work with, though. 50% gone, so half of that is expired. Who will have Blade before anybody in the Fusion can do anything. Zest is only at 51. Fixer's on 58, so you can basically forget about countering this. Aim God, if he stays alive, maybe gets his rally up. You're at this point hoping for the greatest whip shot, the greatest boot coming from Fixer to prevent Who from getting the damage done. And even without that, Lip can use his ultimate as well.
Quick.
Straight afterwards.
Lightning fast. Carpe just on the descent. Couldn't move. Vulnerable in the air to Who's Blade. Lip finds Fixer again. Oh my god. Don't chase him off the map to try and get the kill. Zest dashes straight back into the hands of Izayaki. Dominating performance from the Dragons here. Final fight. It's going to be the final attempt here.
They might 100% because they're going to continue snowballing because Carpe's too far off the overclock. He's been having no impact on this round. Fixer's still extremely far off, as is Fury. At this point, Shanghai Dragons hit the 99% mark with ultimates coming online, including overclock being held on to, and Fusion can only hope for the best with this one rally.
Pushing forward, Lip has overclock.
Took a shot from Lip.
With the skin of his life, needs to stay alive. The blade is going to be big for the Fusion, who can pull it off. Right, you removed the raid boss, no Lip on the map. You've got yourselves a blade on the cusp of being emerged. Rampage available as well. Beat this is it, Fusion. This is your fight. You found Void, a couple more, and that's it. And you get to retain those important ultimates to start your campaign of defense. But you've got a long way to go. You've got to hit the hundo from here.
I mean, Zest in his own way is a bit of a raid boss from the Philly Fusion side. He's definitely no level 1 crook. And now, 4 ultimates coming online off the back of some major heroics from Zest. I mean, that was a rally from Aim God to save the map for Fusion. And now Zest off the cuff is going to take down Lee Jae-gon, slowing down the League approach from the Shanghai Dragons. Super important, a very cheap skirmish win there. And they need everything. They need everything they can hold on to here for the Fusion because it's a long road to make a comeback on this map.
Yeah, you want to be able to try and cycle through these ultimates, buy some time to get angled, to get the rally online. You got a Rampage from Void. That's a big tool if you want to try and burn them rather than go for the full buffet. Lip on the back foot immediately. Gonna convert it immediately. Zest smelt blood in the water with that one. Pulls out the Dragon Blade, gets the reset. Fury finds Who as well. No resources really committed here from the Shanghai Dragons. They've accepted their fate. and will just reset.
It's another cheap fight, though. I mean, if you can only just use one ultimate to win, that's kind of what you want is Fusion. So they want to fight off the rally, want to fight off the blade, sort of want to fight off just Zesk and Lee Jae gone as well, forcing a reset. We'll call that one just a skirmish. And 30-ish% away now, 29% away from the Fusion catching up, and Dragon's kind of waiting for this final fight. They might have to kind of wait until the 99% mark to get the fight they're looking for. They still have plenty of ultimates themselves. They've been also working on that. They've been banking up. They might, I think they're disengaging, yeah. So they're disengaged.
Yeah, they're going to wait out.
No, they're coming back in.
Well, they use the Rampage, only finds Zest. Really need to convert this one though. Who are you? Pulls out the blade. Beat immediately comes out from Fixer. Good answer. Fury shuts him down. Lee Jae-gon's beat comes in too late to save him. Lip, you've been a saving before. That's a huge Rampage from Fury. And that might be the map winner right there because no one touches and the Fusion take the lead in this series.
Wow, what a way to end things out. They were struggling. It was a 0-99 comeback from the Philly Fusion on Lighthouse, but off the back of hard work from Zest and a very miraculous rally coming through from Aim God as well. Fusion will be able to snowball their way forward. Fury with the game-ending, map-ending, map-winning Rampage to get it done. Shanghai Dragons with no answers. Who are you? Could do nothing with this blade versus a full sound barrier from Fixer. Fusion take the lead.
2-1 scoreline on that round. 1-0. If it's anything like history has already indicated, Avril, we might be looking at a 3-0 series for the Fusion, but looking at how these two teams are playing today, they got plenty more gas in the tank. Join us after the break. Fusion take an early lead in this series against the Shanghai Dragons. It went down to the wire on Ilios, but ultimately it was a big Fury rampage to close things out there and really send the Dragons packing after coming back from a 99% deficit, I believe, for the Fusion.
A lot of zest in the middle there to get them to a position to finish things out, and with a map for the Fusion, you know, I think saving the day in many cases, slowing down the Dragons. Multiple fights in a row there that ended up being pretty cheap for the Fusion, right? We had a single fight one with the Rally, single fight one with a Blade, single fight one with just a solo kill from Zest, and by the time that Shanghai got to the 99, very fine margins where Huayu's Blade got countered by Fix's Sound Barrier, and the Philadelphia Fusion ends, like you mentioned there, with the big rampage from Fury. Very competitive so far. That does now end the map win streak for the Shanghai Dragons. I think it's quite rare to see a team go as far as Seoul Dynasty have gone in terms of 12-0 maps so far, none lost this entire stage. So maybe hoping for a little bit too much with Dragons to be able to match that one, but Dragons still have the opportunity to win this series and match the Seoul Dynasty. Otherwise, Shanghai Dragons are going to start falling behind. Philadelphia Fusion start catching up, and the race to see who gets to retain a top 4 position between, I think, Spark and Fusion is the current battle between 4 and 5 is going to be very important.
Yeah, all to play for both of these teams. I mean, especially Dragons. I think if Dragons actually end up losing here, Avril, I think that they aren't going to be able to get first place. I feel like the map difference alone would actually end up putting Seoul above them, assuming that they all win the rest of their matches this series in this stage, right?
Yeah, I think Seoul have got enough maps won now that the map differential is going to carry Seoul in the standings as far as seedings go. I don't think seeding is going to be the most dire thing for this tournament, given that if you are the 2 best teams, if it is Shanghai and Seoul that are meant to be the 2 best teams, they'll get to the finals regardless. Seoul's pathway, you'd imagine, might be slightly easier, but that's all conjecture that we can sort of rely on later on when we find out how that will all fall. Right now, we don't even know who 4th seed is going to be because Fusion hold on to it, but other teams are slowly trying to catch up and find that position. And like I said, with Charge losing today, maybe Spark could contest for it. A 3-3 finish for one of those teams. And for Philly Fusion, I think they're still in a position where they can get a 4-2 finish because they've only lost 1 series so far. Even if they lose to Dragons, they can still finish 4-2. If they beat the Dragons, they are very, very likely to finish 4-2, if not 5-1. Or actually, that would require them to beat Seoul. So you know what? Just 4-2. You know, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We'll stay at 4-2 if they beat the Shanghai Dragons.
All right, opening pick attempt from Lip. We'll go back over to the Sojourn as Shanghai Dragons go on their offense here for Hollywood. Valiant really struggled with this map earlier in the day. Don't think we'll see the same difficulty from either of these 2 teams to already break through that first initial choke, and Huayu's playing. He's playing catch, shall we say, with Zest right now, except they're throwing shurikens at each other instead. Fixer taken out by Void. Not a great start for Fusion at all. Shanghai Dragons in a prime position to be able to get a very quick point A capture on this one. They've locked him in the tiny Overwatch room. Only Zest finding a trade back onto Izayaki. That's it. Looks like Dragons have got control of this payload.
Fixer comes back, just dies away straight away, leads you on picking up that final blow, so that would be, you know, you'd say almost 6 frags there for the side of Shanghai Dragons, but 2 of them ended up being on to Fixer indeed, and pretty sure the only member died there for Dragons was Izayaki, so 1 trade via Zest on his way out picked up the Izayaki, but a single frag onto Fixer from the very beginning due to Void will give the 5v4 to Dragons in that neutral, allowing a pretty flawless cap on through. Now let's see what kind of momentum we gain as we start moving through the streets of B. Only Huayu significantly ahead. Well, actually, Lee Jig on a fair bit ahead of Fixer as well. Could be important.
No doubt, coming from that kill conversion they got on Fixer at the end. Fixer's 2 quick deaths. Really making him trail at the moment. Goes up to the skybox. Zest just retreating back to the team, not able to stay on the low ground. Payload not really obstructed that much, but now's the point to start putting the brakes on.
It's kind of reaching
very slowly.
The T-bone. Just say to T-bone the sort of, I don't know. I can't think of the word right now, but we're thinking about this fight going through, and Aim God is in towards a very good position. As I say that, guys on 99, that is not what we want to see from Fusion Fury, because that could have been a rally that really changes things.
Oh, 100% could have been a momentum changer, as Izayaki still catching up with that one. No ultimates used here by the Dragons. They have an advantage. They don't want to have to use it just yet as they're putting this payload in the final sections. Nice top up there for Fury, who's trying to stay alive, maybe be able to cut to kill. Oh, he gets the jagged knife at the end to do some damage, but I think it's Carpe who finishes off Who Are You. So there are some trade backs there. Payload relatively unstopped right now. Looks on the high ground, has an overclock available. Here's the rally from Aim God to merge the team through. Aim God out of the fight already just because that damage coming in from the overclock. Can't contest it. And they will be able to finally touch, but no one stays in range long enough, and that's point B being taken. This fight is inconsequential at this point.
5 and 10 moving forward. By the way, a T intersection is what I was looking for, maybe T junction. So, you know, that's what I was trying to get to, but we are way past that now. You know, Shanghai Dragons, they, you know, collect $200, do not go to jail, go straight to, I don't know, straight to collecting whatever Fusion have to sell here. And Fusion right now going to get a bit of a rebate. 2 players on the return. Dragons have a lot of ults. In fact, both teams have a lot of ults to play through, but we haven't had that one big ult fight yet. No. As it's just been kind of these, you know, neutral kills coming on through that have defined these fights, and you know, both teams, neither team really wants to commit in those situations. If you're winning, you don't want to overcommit ultimates into a fight you've already won. If you're losing, you don't want to throw away ultimates into a fight that you've already lost. So this is likely going to be it now. Should be double blades traded for double barriers.
There you go, there's the blade from Who Are You. Oh, it's big from Void. It's big from Fury actually to find Void and the rest of the crew. The anti-heal's absolutely huge for Zest to try and go for a follow-up here, but they've only traded one apiece despite that impact coming in from Fury. It will stagnate again once more, but all those ultimates came out at once. Live fight Zest! Beautiful headshot there with the railgun.
I don't know if they can chase, so the problem is you see that Fusion have already gone back towards spawn. Dragons have to respect that. They can't overchase this situation. They have to wait for the payload. They have to be in a position to actually play the rest of this fight. Void still has that rampage because he died in the previous fight. 2 Fury's rampage didn't end up getting saved, unfortunately, but might be able to cash that in now in a much better fight. The further this payload goes, the better it gets, and the better it gets, the more that Lip frags as well.
Right, you're going to pull Fury into that one, then hit him with the Rampage. There's a solo Rampage onto the tank. They need to remove them from the field, get the conversion here. They will do just that. It's all staggered at the moment, so they will be playing at the spawn advantage. Zest still delaying. Carpe tries to get a look in with this overclock. Lip answers back with their own. They found Zest. They're blocking players in the corner. Aim God got absolutely shattered there. What a shot from Lip as he skirts through the sky.
Looks just better.
3 minutes left in the tank.
Lip is just better. You know it's rough when Carpe pulls the overclock, peeks Lip, and Lip just fires a rail onto Carpe and forces him to hide again. It's like, Carpe's the one ulting, but Lip is the one just shoving Carpe into the lock, and Lip then pulls to his own overclock, destroys everybody, and it's all over. But it starts from Void's rampage that he held on to, died within a previous fight, but even on that previous fight, Dragons sort of still turned it around, which is wild to me. And then you'd think, okay, well, solo rampage, not the best thing in the world, certainly not the sexiest ult you've seen, but because it catches Fury and they capitalize and actually jump on top of Fury, collect that kill, guarantee that Fury goes down. It's a 5 versus 4. Fusion try to hold on, but it's too difficult. Fury comes back on a Doomfist to no avail. The Shanghai Dragons had all the momentum ready to push it towards the end, and 302, by the way, Trid even includes the fight or two that Fusion were able to slow down. I know they want to fight on C, so there's at least something there for them to work with. So it's not a complete 100% fight win percentage for the Shanghai Dragons from A to C. They actually did have some slowdowns in there, but even so, 302.
It's a big bank to play with. It's a huge bank to play with. Philadelphia Fusion. Let's just worry about completing for now. And then we'll worry about the time bank afterwards. You only have to worry about that big 302 if you do complete. So, shots from Carpe, going to attempt it, but then backs off immediately. We'll change over to Sojourn as expected. There are a lot of snipers on the board. Even Zest went for the Hanzo to see if they could get a cheeky little pick there.
The Hanzo is more for scouting, because I think teams sometimes hide in the sort of left-right. Yeah. I don't know if they're hotels, but like, you know, the left-right buildings, they can do something sneaky there, or even if it's just one player trying to do something weird. But sniping, just to see if anyone peeks that, you get a 1-player pick, ends up being pretty worth. So, Fusion taking this one slowly, just taking a little bit of the middle high ground as they work towards Cafe. Dragons have lost a lot of space. Void has lost half his HP.
He's sustained, but Void claps back. Under pressure, but still converts the kill onto Zest. BYU goes down low, will sustain throughout the fight. Both damage dealers off the ball for the Fusion. Not a good start. Full reset coming in here for Philly.
Yeah, it's another 5 frags for the Shanghai Dragons with only 1 death. It's Izayaki again who ends up being the sacrificial lamb. He's the target of the Fusion. He will get killed, probably taxied back in half a second here as well, so that there's not going to be that much of a window for the Fusion to work with. But as we saw from Void's HP there, he was half HP, very low, but still somehow managed to get a kill onto Zest while under pressure. That's very impressive from Void. It allows now the Shanghai Dragons to continue defending A, giving Huayu an opportunity to build a very fast blade. Fixer's trying to keep up here. Maybe Fixer can catch up to Huayu, but he needs to, because otherwise Huayu's going to have a very high impact blade that can't be counted.
Don't know how the catch-up's going to work just yet, especially if they use these ultimates on tempo. BYU's 11% away right now. Points. Accruing generation for the time being, but they're not able to get a third of it just in locking that progress. BYU Blade's going to be online now.
They push Fusion back, so from a positional standpoint, this is like kind of fine. Here we go.
Used it on tempo.
Oh no!
Go for it.
What is that dash?
Oh, he went the wrong way with that one. And Zest picks up Lip in the Carnage. Oh no! One Genji Blades, the other picks up 3 kills! Carpe and Zest turn it around for Philly, break the hold, get a team kill, and get the payload in motion.
That's a rare mechanical error from Huayu. You don't normally see that from him. Dashes into the tree. What is going on there? And it's like, oh, I'm stuck. That's the blade advantage. Oh, by the way, Fusion didn't even end up using the ults. I don't think they had half their ults available, but didn't get to use anything. So it ends up just being a wasted play from Huayu into a fight loss. It gives Fusion the cap. Now Fusion trying to snowball with what they can.
Takes a shot. A few pop shots for the time being. Has the overclock available if they need it. Set up on the high ground for now.
This ends now.
Alright, here we go. Overclock used by Lip.
Oh, where we
Immediately has a face. Takes out Carpe, but he had pressure from Zest. It wasn't even that was free before he takes both of them out. Well managed there. They still have 3 ults to use. Oh, don't find the Jagged Knife connection. They're keeping Fury out of spawn. They're not going to be able to convert it though.
If Huayu can't get it done to the play, Lip will do it on the overclock, and now they are going to spawn camp. At minimum, this is going to force a lot of ultimates by Fusion. Actually, the best thing the Dragons can do is maybe use 1 support ultimate and trade that for up to 3 ultimates from Fusion. That would be a strong economical game.
Void's isolated from the team, pushes forward. Oh no, so his team's right behind him actually. Going to use that to emerge out. Catches Fixer, who had a beat available, but Lip snipes Fury in the Carnage. Zest pulls out the blade to try and mitigate it, finding 2. So he will be able to break this spawn hold. Dragons still lingering around. They're okay to take a slightly staggered reset because they have plenty of territory to be able to reaffirm their defense.
It's a 2-2 trade, which is not the most ideal for Dragons, but they still get the sort of sub-goal there of what the point of the spawn camp is, which is to burn time down. So a 2-2 trade for some time burnt. Just an okay result for the Dragons. It does also give a lot of space for Fusion, though, on their push, given they have Saloon now. How does Lip do it?
Oh,
how is he just sniping Carpe time and time again? This is like 2 fights in a row that he's done this.
He just keeps getting away with it all the time. Good space generation there to get Zest away from him. Disrupt the shot as well. Mitigates the ground force.
Oh, he's not done.
Nice rampage going to 3, but Fusion can't convert that. They'd already lost 2 when they committed the rampage there. What is Fury doing?
Well, he's trying to save the day. He's trying to make the hero play happen, and part of me understands it. And look, if it worked, you'd be calling him a genius, but unfortunately here it ends up being a wasted ultimate, so that's kind of how the coin falls. Sometimes you get heads, other times it will be tails. With a 1 minute 30 left to go, Shanghai Dragons back in control. They have the general store. Rooftop contained. Zest takes it. That must have been a rail from Lip again. Zest just got domed. Well, if he got domed, he would have died, so I guess he just got shot. In any case, took him low. Oh, they're just bullying Carpe. They're bullying him.
Yeah, just dashing through all the time on this one. Who are you? Finding 2 kills. It's all over as they're just going to get the cut down. 1 minute remaining. They got an overclock and a rally. They might be able to get beaten Blade if the fight gets staggered. Fury being bullied a little bit. They're trying to burn as much time as possible here. And they will finally cut him down. And they're just picking up more kills. Hang on a minute. They were just getting a stagger on Fury, and when the team came in to reinforce, they cut them all down in their wake.
And Lip specifically snipes Carpe again. We got to call the Cyberbullying Commission about this one. They don't want Carpe to play the game today. But beyond that, Huayu just killed everybody else. They spawn camping with 30 seconds left, which means for the Fusion, it's going to have to be 4v5 because somebody's got to touch the payload. You know, they can't all be fighting the Dragons here, but Dragons are going to force them.
Someone's managed to break through. Dragons have retreated. Paying him respect. There's Lip with the overclock. There's Carpe to get the first snipe. Straight back to Dame. Carpe, Lip is just insane. He's cracked.
He's on 6
Check his PC. Check his HP and check his PC. As Fixer, as expected, makes it a 4v5 by going for the back cap. Can use the beat just to stall out longer. Yeah, stall it out. Try and wait for the reinforcements to come in. The Blade's there from Zest. He ran into the Rampage from Void.
Wait a minute. Winnable.
Trade them back down.
It's a 4v4.
It's
still a sound barrier in the rally. They have to use these.
Yep, there's the sound barrier. Rally's still available for Izayaki. Wait for it.
Oh, Carpe's got left.
Using the rally as well.
The tables have turned.
Finally. It's about time he got some just desserts with that one, but they still haven't dealt with the other boss on this team, which is Huayu's Genji. He cuts through aim god. Fixer will do what they can, stay on the points. There's the Blade whip out. The cut through as well. The Shanghai Dragons take map number 2, and they break history, as we will be guaranteed to not have a 3-0 this series.
I know. I mean, it was looking like... I would have said it anyway that if having Fusion won that first map, I think Shanghai good enough as a meta to bounce back. But yeah, in the last 5 series, we've not had a 4th map between these 2 teams, and we'll finally be granted that. Fusion have broken Shanghai's potential map win streak to catch up to Seoul, but Fusion themselves end up losing Hollywood. It is a very competitive series so far, and Shanghai Dragons, like the Empire striking back, that was a very decisive blow on map number 2.
2 maps down, plenty more to go. Little bit of lip difference coming in for the Shanghai Dragons so far. We'll find out if that continues after this break. We're all tied up here in Philadelphia Fusion versus Shanghai Dragons, the last game today for the East region. Dragons' map streak has been ended. They can't match the Seoul Dynasty at the moment anyway, and they can't do it at this stage. Philadelphia Fusion, by having that 1-0 and 1-0 for Shanghai Dragons, means that we are breaking history, breaking the streak of 3-0s that historically have plagued these two teams. We're guaranteed at map number 4, but let's have a look ahead to map number 3. Avril, it's going to be an escort type. I believe we're going over to Junkertown again.
Very cool. And we'll see if anybody changed anything up. The last time any of these guys made a substitution was New Queen Street all the way back when versus Valiant. So here you go for the people like, oh, where's MN3? So they subbed MN3 for New Queen Street versus Valiant, and he lost badly to the Valiant. So that's what happened there. Other than that, this has been the lineup for both teams. This is the lineup. Everyone's just played only this, and let's give Fusion a chance. They did win our first map. Great comeback. Have to put the respect on the fact that Ilios was a 99-0, but then a 0-99 comeback from Fusion is no small feat. Moving to Junkertown, we got a really good look at Junkertown just earlier in terms of what teams are doing on this map and how they are playing it. Now, I do have a question for Philadelphia Fusion in terms of whether they will consider taking a bit of a page out of Becky's book as far as playing the Echo. Now, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for the whole map, but maybe at least for a little bit of the map on C, because I know Zest has a pretty phenomenal Echo in there as well. Carpe's thinking about this Ashe also, which is something that other teams have considered running on maps like this. Especially on A, I think the Ashe has good value, just a lot of long sightlines, right? So I can see that working out pretty well for them in theory. See if they can execute in practice to make that really give them the dividends that they're looking for.
Consider the railgun before you decide.
They'll,
and by the way, as Lip Surgeon says, consider the railgun before you decide.
Yeah.
Consider the railgun. Very wise words. You actually couldn't have timed that voice line better.
I think Carpe has had enough time to consider Lip's railgun, in particular. The amount of times they've been on the receiving end of it this series so far. Sleep Dart attempt there from Main God will go back to what you expect them to, which would be the Brigitte. Mirror composition once more.
And Carpe has indeed considered the railgun. And he's like, you know what? That's a good call, Lip. That is a very good call. Because Lip can do things like that on the railgun.
And just remove Fixer and all momentum in this push. It's fantastic.
Let me just remove
Who could have seen
the
that one
player.
coming? Yep.
You ever just removed a player just through sheer will? It's like 5v5? No, I think you'll just play with 4 actually.
You open up the debug commands.
Carpe unlocked the remove a player DLC. He's got it. He's cashed his Blizzbox in. He's doing it now. He's removing players.
Put in the debug command, put in the code, remove player, and then put it into Lip, who's now off the field. It's a change of pace for Carpe. Payload from the Fusion being pushed through has actually managed to beat that choke point as well. This is quite good for Philly. So on that home stretch is now...
Look at the position. Shanghai, they're kind of in a weird positioning at the moment. In particular, is just kind of out in the middle of nowhere. He needs to get healed up.
Okay, so while that happens, Lip does Lip things, and Zest gets removed instead. 5v4 for the Shanghai Dragons. Looking for that next remove player command.
There it is.
Comes in the form of Lee J. God. Fury just beats it out of him. Very fitting for the Junker Queen. They're on the hunt now for Fury. He's running a little bit low. He'll box in this tiny corner. Who are you? Off the side of the map.
He's fine.
Doesn't have the dash available, but can get the double jump in. Immediately to be shot by Carpe, though. It's very messy so far. Carpe finding a second. No damage dealers for Dragons. And the Fusions are primed to be able to go ahead and get this over the line and get point A.
Yo, Carpe heard people talking smack. He's showing up now. He's got the 3 frags in the last fight. Very important kills. 2 minutes left to go. They will get this cap. Shanghai Dragons not at all in a position to touch. And there it is. Fusion on the ball. Double support ultimates available just in time for Who Are You, Zest. Slightly further behind than that, but he's at least way ahead of Lee Jae Gon, who has been struggling so far in this opening. Can't really catch up to the ultimate, so that missing sound barrier, and it's missing by a fair margin, by the way. It's worth a lot.
Like how Carpe heard the Fusion fans going, "Where's MN3?" But he's going to answer that himself from himself with the Sojourn. Have a great performance so far. Zest has the blade available, but there's a lot of ultimates on the side of the Dragons. Zest over the top, drops down. Nice get away from Izayaki, he's using the rally, but he can't escape the damage 3 times in a row. Who are you? They pulled out their own blade. They had to fight against the rally and still couldn't convert as Fury finds the second of the fight. Here's cleanup. Fusion keep on trucking through Junkertown.
Yeah, it's good. Momentum. They might even cap this. Like, Shanghai are just not in a position. This is a gigantic snowball from A to B. Only a single fight onto B, and Fusion will lock it down. That is extremely good progress. Just under 5 minutes walking to C as well. Lee Jae-gon is, by the way, still working on his first sound barrier. It's only just about to come online now, in line with Void getting this Rampage. Fury's waiting to use his Rampage. Now the test for Carve. He's hit some shots so far, but can he do it in the overclock as well?
Good Rampage. Finds 4. B comes out from Lee Jae-gon as expected. No conversion from the Fusion. Lip up on the high ground. Carpe still holding on to the overclock. Gates are now shut. Does shut down the route of
they're backing up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Fusion have given up a lot of space. I think they're trying to maybe re-attack from the high ground instead. And no matter what happens, Void's in position to get a monstrous Rampage, assuming he doesn't just get booped. It's an interesting decision by the Fusion to give that up.
Aim God.
This ends.
Lee Jae-gon.
Down warriors for the team. Carpe finds Lee Jae-gon! Another opener for Carpe. Aim God's the only one who's the victim of Void's Rampage. It's just playing clean up for the 2. They'll escort him in. Lip takes out Zest, but it's a consolation prize now as the payload will get to this
That's not
turnstile.
even like, that's not even really a feed from Lee Jae-gon. I know it looks like he entered there, but every Lucio plays that same spot. They're trying to boot players coming out of the window. The problem is, you have to make it out alive after making that play, whether like Izayaki just tries to double pack him or Lee Jae-gon just like, I don't know, has really good movement in the air or something, but we've seen so many Lucios play that position. It is risky. High risk, high reward, I guess, and Lee Jae-gon tops the L there, and Shanghai Dragons, as a result, will end up losing a fight. Throw at the ready now for Lip. Need to see a shot coming on through. It has been a bit of a slow. Remember, we started with about 5 minutes, now down to 3. So at least Shanghai Dragons are really down the time. It's what they need.
Keep up on the turnstile and Zest getting towards that blade. There's a tempo rally coming in. Lee Jae-gon blows the eardrums out with Zest.
Rally's gone.
Yeah, this is not good for Fusion. They understand the situation they're in. They're paying respect. They're dipping out of this one. Counter shot comes in from Carpe. Still alive. There will be the lead from Void to finish them off. And finally, the Dragons get to reset properly.
And Void's walking up. Okay, he's thinking about walking up. They're going to at least, I don't know, be annoying in this high ground a little bit. They're going to do the same thing again. So I believe Lee Jae-gon is, can't quite tell from this angle, perhaps going to be playing, well, Who Are You's definitely going to be there. They're all roughly in the area. I don't know if Lee Jae-gon will play the same angle twice in a row. But 2 minutes left now in either case. Here comes Zest. Who Are You with the play as well?
Yep. Walks to the back line for Zest. Who Are You's blade gets called off early just for Fury. Called out a knife. He has a knife. Zest doesn't get anyone with the blade, but dealt a lot of pressure. Catches Lip with the skid. 1 minute 50 left on the clock. Home stretch for the Fusion.
I don't know if they can cap it here, though, because respawn advantage is going to be real for the Shanghai Dragons. It's going to be Rampage plus the sound barrier. Fury would love to use his own Rampage, but it should get counted out unless they can just snipe Lee Jae-gon. Very defendable here. Lee Jae-gon is getting quite far forward. He's going to stay alive. Zest not willing to chase just yet. Oh my god, he's on one. They can't lose Lee Jae-gon.
Oh, the shout doing wonders there, but Lip catches him with the overclock. Oh dear, this was the one thing they didn't want to happen. And Lee Jae-gon follows up onto Carpe as well. Last push for them. They're going to recover themselves, get the marbles back in the bag.
It's getting a little bit tragic. Again, they had 5 minutes walking on C. They're about to lose all 5 of that. This could be an OT push. Even if Philly can actually cap this map in the final minute, it still will be questions put on the table. Like, well, what's going on for 5 whole minutes? And they better finish this map because it's a lot of time to work through. It's just been made slowdown. Shanghai Dragons have been seriously putting Fusion to the blade, and here it is. Lip once again proving that he will out-snipe Carpe.
I need you, Gracie.
Just burns more of the time bank, makes this more dire for the Fusion. Rampage, rally. Gonna have the overclock as well to work with. One more shot for the Fusion to try and get this over the line and get some completion. They burn as much time as they can now. Now's the time to move in.
15 seconds. OT confirmed.
Ready to go.
Well, you can get played this fight as well, for what it's worth. This rally is going to have to be huge. And God's
Finds God, tries to cancel it early. Doesn't find a connection, but he will get it with the gun instead. Fury goes back with one of their own. Who are you in Void on the Nakash? Who are you dies before getting the blade out?
It's just
and
Fury.
Izayaki will just try and keep them away. Fury won't touch, and the Dragons end the Fusion's run. Point C, most of the way through. Dragons have their benchmark for the offensive.
And it's very low numbers at the end there, but Lip with a couple of frags towards the end. They delete Aim God's rally off the cuff. It's not the greatest rampage in the world, but Void in some ways, you could argue, found the most important member. The one support ultimate that they did have was the one player that they ended up having lost in that fight due to a solo rampage and then a lot of damage being piled on top of Aim God after that. The green HP, not enough to keep him alive, and as the dust settles once more, it is Lip that will finish things off, and Dragons, they will hold for 5 whole minutes. And Philly might have pushed through A very comfortably. B even better. B, they put up their feet. They were sipping whatever beverage you imagine that I'm about to say.
Juice.
I don't know. Whatever beverage you enjoy. They're
sipping on juice boxes.
But C?
Out of sippy cups.
C was something different. Shanghai woke up. Shanghai reset Fusion multiple times. And this is the thing about Junkertown, is it can be difficult to cap C. But at the same time as well, I think, you know, with 5 minutes, you really should be able to cap it. You really should be able to get it in there. Which is why it's a little upsetting to see that they're not going to be able to. I was even going to mention that even if, and I did mention that even if they had capped it in the OT, questions would still be asked, but at least they would cap here. It's going to be the Shanghai Dragons. Do they check the right side? Because you'll notice that when Carpe and the Fusion roll out of spawn, the Hanzo Sonic this right side hut to check for people playing there, and that's kind of why they use the Hanzo at the start. But yeah, Dragons just going to walk on out, swap sides, so now Fusion are defending.
Carpe's found Izayaki. Really takes the wind out of the sails. They can pick up a few kills here, and they have a little bit longer to play around with this spawn hold.
Just a minor amount of payload distance gained there as well, but not enough, not a lot. And you'll call that a fight win for the Fusion. Even if it's a minor one, but Fusion don't have to back out just yet. Very tricky situation here as well, as Lip has full open angle. Does he hit a shot though? Izayaki will.
Kind of easy to hit the shield bash though, no?
You take those.
Yeah, you take those all the time. As you do a kill box. You did exactly what the Fusion walked into there as the Dragons clean that up. Now get themselves onto the final stretch.
One more fight though.
A.
There will be one more. I don't think
one more
the payload's not going to make it in time. As you can see, the Fusion will be able to get themselves into action. That's kind of the benefit of spawn camping, is that you guarantee 2 fights on A regardless of what happens. And there should be ultimates coming online this fight as well. Who are you? And Carpe being the 2 leading members. DJ God actually not that far behind. What a kill! Izayaki again, shutting down Zest. 2 in a row.
Honestly, just being a demon right now to the Genji. What are the supports doing on the side of the Dragons? They're just animals right now. They're picking up everything. Who are you trying their hardest to get on the board?
People will say that Lee Jae-gon feeds, but on the other side of that coin, he frags out. Like, he's actually going for the kills. He's really getting thick in. Just getting stuck in the mud. As he actually has 6 final blows, which is on par with Void. And actually 4 more final blows than Who Are You. Would you believe that Who Are You is on 2 final blows and Lee Jae-gon's on 6? That's my guy. That's my guy right there. That's my frog. Running in and fragging. Tail is all his time, Trid. Tail is all his time.
Yeah. Yep. They had the debug command. Remove Carpe. Did it again. Overclock available. Goes forward on this
Open console / remove Carpe. Yep. I see.
Yep, it's the classic. You always love to see it. Rally pop by Izayaki. Aim God answers back. Blade from Who Are You? Lip beats him to the punch with the railgun shot. Just slashing in this corner, both the axe and the blade being used. Fusion are just not awake this
tell you
round.
what.
They are just not awake.
Dragons saw that Fusion's had a 5-minute time bank. And we might take that ourselves. We might get one of those ourselves, actually. And you better know that Lee Jae-gon's going to run in for that kill. Yeah, this is Lee Jae-gon we're talking about. That's my frog right there. He's going for that frag, you know it. 100 HP. Could get one shot by Carpe. No. Be going
It's
for the
cracking
kill.
me up every time you say that's my frog. What? It's just breaking me. Now, they've got the sizable timeout to play with. Not quite 5 minutes, but close enough. They need to do it to the flex. If they complete it with loads to spare, it's kind of a like, well, this is how you do it, lads. This is what you should have done. Carpe does have the overclock, though. Let's see if they can get some accuracy on the board. Lips using theirs preemptively. Zest is in their face. Really struggling. Rampage catches
save.
Lip as well.
Great beat.
Lip has not gone down. So much attention paid onto the Sojourn. And they were able to deflect the onslaught and turn it back.
Yeah,
Amazing play by the Dragons there to keep Showdown up.
5-0's off. 5-0. They get 5 kills, lose nobody there. Pushing on through. This is snowballing. Now we're pod racing. 4 minutes left to go. Fusion have yet to do any legitimate damage and slow down towards the Shanghai Dragons. I think that opening spawn camp fight was the best fight for Fusion so far, where they actually forced Dragons back into spawn since then. It's all been about Dragons. Zest can't even contest the high ground because Easyaki just whips them right off.
Void taking out the sky. He's going to find Zest. Easyaki getting Fixer. Someone needs to step on the payload and stop it. Fury has to be the body, but they're all alone right now. Blade being popped by Zest. Has a dash, might be able to get there, but he's being blocked at the door by Who Are You? No one touches. Dragons clean it up. Take us to match point heading into our 4th map.
It's a tragic loss for Fusion. I don't know. Like they had a reasonable attack coming on through until it wasn't, until they got locked up right, and then their defense was entirely missing. Multiple parts of it were missing. I mean, Lip just had his way with Fusion. We even saw, on B there, the Ajax onto Fixer, where Lip is just firing rails at everybody. Just nothing can come online. Their ultimates are not coming online. The frags seem to be missing. Just I don't know, a very forgettable map for the Philadelphia Fusion, sadly. Shanghai Dragons, once they started to get a roll, they got a roll. It was a long map because it took 5 minutes for the Shanghai Dragons to defend C, but after that, they kind of speed ran through their attack.
Well, hopefully we'll speed run through this break because we've got Colossea waiting for you on the other side. So Shanghai Dragons are now at match point after a dominant performance on Junkertown, showing they can get it done with the 5 minutes on point C. We now look ahead to our 4th map of the series. It's push type. We're going over to Paraíso, and if the momentum is still with the Dragons after that break, then we could be seeing them close out the series here.
Just a very different map. I mean, I would say that both A and B played similarly for both teams as far as attacking and defending goes, but by the time you got to C, there's 2 different teams playing that game. And Paraíso, it's going to be a very interesting one because momentum-wise, Dragons have had, generally speaking, the better momentum in terms of their ability to snowball, and push maps, all about the snowball. Paraíso, a very hard map to cap through as well in terms of getting checkpoint or finishing. Not saying that Dragons will finish, but in terms of finding that first checkpoint, you know, if Dragons can unlock that sort of snowball potential, I mean, they can be the team to find the first checkpoint, which, in terms of percentage chance for winning, really improves your chances by quite a significant margin.
You know, just waiting for the players to get back into the lobby. Don't know if we'll have any substitutions. I'm not likely to see that, I don't think. I mean, Shanghai Dragons have played phenomenally so far, even when they've been losing.
Unless the Dragons want to get a little bit silly, you know, unless they...
Some silliness?
Moon's like, you know what? Yeah, we're kind of winning. Why not? Why not?
Do you risk it, though?
Hey?
Is it worth the risk? Is the silliness worth it? Are you being too silly here, maybe?
You never know what Moon's gonna do. Really, you never know. Swap a couple people around. I don't know. Put Fate on Lucio. Put Bebe on Jungle Queen. Mix it up a little bit. Give Fusion a bit of hope. Take a lot away in the map 5 after clowning on map 4 and doing silly stuff.
Are you suggesting that Moon would give them hope just to take it away and just make it even more shocking?
He's the kind of guy that would
pick.
He's the kind of guy that would pick Shock first in 2021 playoffs, when they were far easier opponents. He's that kind of guy. So really, there's no limit.
I mean,
the Moon's the limit, really, for that guy. So I don't know.
That is a lot of silliness. A lot of silliness at play there.
I don't know. We are seeing some things going on in the lobby. You guys can't see it, but I'm just peeping over. And there's a little bit of movement in the lobby. That doesn't mean they are guaranteed to make substitutions here. Could just be players reconnecting. I know Shanghai Dragons, sometimes they have internet issues, so it could just be players reconnecting in. But, you know, I like to fantasize about, you know, Dragons being this far ahead and just doing silly things to lose a map, because why not?
Do you want the 5th map? Is that what you're looking for here, Avril?
I probably don't personally. I don't know. Maybe I do. But here's the thing: if we get the 5th map, I want it legitimately. I want it. I want it with Fusion beating Dragons at their best. If we go to 5, right? Otherwise, it's just a. Otherwise, it don't count in my
silly.
book. Don't count.
Doesn't count in your book? No. Okay. Well, we're just waiting for Lip to get into the lobby. When Lip's in, we can start. I am going to start naming players. I don't tolerate tardiness.
Let's talk about Lip a little bit. I think he's definitely leading the conversation so far. He was the only player. Scratch that. There were only 2 players that hit double digits on final blows. One of them was obviously Lip, the other one was Void. But Void only got 10, Lip got 14, and everybody else was below 10 on both teams. That includes Zest, includes Carpe, includes Who Are You, who, by the way, both our Genji players, which have been star-studded for our previous series, our previous maps, had a very quiet game. We didn't see that much out of Who Are You, didn't see much out of Zest. Strangely, we saw more out of Carpe than Zest or Who Are You. We saw a whole lot out of Lip. We saw a damn lot out of Lip indeed. Quite disgusting what he was managing to do. And then strangely, saw a decent amount of kills from Lee Jae-gon and Izayaki. Izayaki shut down Zest a lot. I think that was maybe part of the reason why Zest went quiet on Junkertown, because Izayaki seemed to have his number, especially on the Dragon's attack, right? How many times did Zest just kind of get caught by Izayaki as the Brig? And then Lee Jae-gon just chasing people down as a Lucio, getting frags as well. Wide distribution of kills coming through from the Dragons, but I think we are ready to move in. And, you know, I was just kidding about the substitutions, obviously, because why would they risk things, as you said, when they could just win 3-1? I think if Dragons were in Soul's position, they might do some silly stuff, but, like, Dragons know that they didn't have the most comfortable Mid-Season Madness tournament. They know they're behind Soul, so time to catch up.
Now jumping onto Paraíso, as we said, is our 4th map. And you see the lineups roll out. As you could expect, no changes to the composition on this one. Rolling out with the exact same thing.
Wow, no Bastion? Cowards.
Cowards. Cowards. No MN3 Ash? Cowards.
I don't think you really want Ash here. I think Sojourn's probably a little bit more pop-off. I'm gonna be that guy. I'm not too sure the MN3 Ash would move the needle that much at the moment. And honestly, as I sort of mentioned, on Junkertown, I think Carpe ended up being the best performing member statistically for the Fusion, so he definitely wasn't the issue there. So let's see how things go now. You have Lip and Zest contesting each other on the outside. It's quite interesting because it's not the two Genjis contesting, it's actually Lip Soji. It's pulled! Lip might die here. He got pulled by the knife.
Yeah, it's able to recover. That's quite nice from the Dragons to keep them up. We know how good they are keeping Lip alive in those situations where he is the focus of the fight.
Fury's keeping
Robot's
people
about
honest.
to unlock. Yeah, now going to jump over to the point itself. Just keep it locked in the middle for now. Zest with 8 HP. And Lip finds Carpe! He used the debug command again, Avril. Someone needs to take away the admin privileges. As they find 2-for-1 trade. Void, the only person going down so far for the Dragons, but that's enough. The Dragons get the bot in motion.
Stop! It's too much! He's got
He finds Zest as well! Oh!
Brother in Christ.
Still charging up.
Yeah,
I mean, I actually think
he's back.
we'll see rioting. We'll see rioting in the street if we don't give Lip player of the match at this rate, Avril.
If you feel like tremors in the ground and you're like, oh my god, is that an earthquake? No, it's just Lip stomping around Coliseum, stomping his way through the map. Doosh, doosh, just my 8-foot man is fragging once again. 76% over towards the ult. 30 meters cap. It's reasonable. You take those. Fusion though, at least have Zest on par with Who Are You, which is what you want to see. Both players ahead of the support so far.
Going somewhere.
Charging up. About time for railguns. You see Lip getting closer. The right click's ready. Oh, straight into the shield. Not going to find anyone this time. Bot gets to move forward though. No one's contesting the bot while they're off it. He's just going to get free progress right
Too
now.
low HP. Shout into the blade. This has got to work with Zest.
He's out of the fight though. He's not really in it right now. Void catches him on the exit. Now it's time for Who Are You's blade. But it looks like Lip is beating him to the punch. Void's getting on the board as well. Dragons have taken control of Coliseum firmly.
Fixer survived there as well, so I think he got the sound barrier maybe too late. Certainly didn't end up using that. He was the only survivor of that fight. Literally everyone else on the team died. So he'll be able to get this team back into action. I don't think Dragons are going to be able to cap the checkpoint off of the back of this because Fusion are around the corner, but Fusion are not able to wait long. They got to get to the point quick. We're about to C9 the payload.
Still with the overclock. Legion uses beat as well. Yep, there you go. They got it. That's unfortunate. Off the point the entire time. Fixer uses the beat to help reinvigorate Fusion into this fight. Playing around to disrupt the shots for the time being. Carpe gets in the face of Who Are You there.
This is
Trying to remove all the range from Sojourn. Yeah, just around the corner. Gonna have the Carnage be used. Fury finds one. Aim Gold gets loses as well, so we're gonna have one support traded for another. Rampage only finds Void, but everyone's so low on the Fusion, it can still turn it around. Dragons are in the capacity to do it. They go for a trade. The Fusion do get control of the bot right now. Spray down is enough. Couple of trade kills back and forth, but finally they get it.
Way too close for the Fusion, considering that they even burnt the extra Rampage. I was thinking like, oh man, this is probably a big win. Well, the Dragons should be killing Lee. No, surely. No, can't they? No, you had to kill him, dude. I mean, that's not going to be game-changing. Lee J. Gordon getting alive isn't going to be the difference of winning and losing the map, but like, I don't know, on a personal level. Lee J. Gordon was one, my dude. He was one. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Fury ended up expending the extra Rampage, right? And I'm thinking, if Dragons can just lose this fight to force an extra ultimate, that's a big win for the Dragons. Dragons ended up trading numbers very significantly to the point where maybe Dragons could have even come out through.
Okay.
Or Carve might have missed Lee Jae-gon, but he'll hit Lip.
Well, they're going to use the Rampage, actually. Take the 4v5. Void finds free with that one. I think it's enough. Fury's so low right now. Who Are You's actually even lower. Someone save him. Aim God. Not going to allow that hospital to come in and provide that premium care. Now they got another 4v5. It's just been extended again. You traded out Lip. Now you trade out Who Are You. He'll be able to get back to the fight a lot faster on the Genji. Now his Iaki's got down. It's just a cycle of people dying. But the problem is Fusion cannot convert this into progress until they have a more definitive fight win.
They're about to get their first meter. You ready?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yay. Well, there you go. First meter for Fusion, 5 minutes deep. All right, here we go. 66 to catch up on, which means I think another 2 to 3 good fights here, depending on when Dragons actually contest. So Dragons take a while to get in here. Fusion might be able to get the fight counter down to just 2. But again, getting that checkpoint is difficult. Iziaki wasting no time stealing the Dragons. Not even going to allow Fusion to get 25.
Rally's traded, there's the blades. Who are you versus Zest? Who can kill faster? Who are you gets Carpe. Not much else. Zest finds no one with that one apart from a very low HP bar. Fury going to go down here as well. They can't sustain that. They've used all their supportive tools to just keep them alive during the blade.
Did Fixer have sound barrier for that fight? Because again, he's just not used it. So he probably should have paid more attention to that, but it's just like...
I think he gained it very early in the fight.
Right, it's just, yeah, I think that would have been helpful there versus the Blade. As Dragons shove it, payload right back into Fusion territory. And in a hot second, there it is, the checkpoint again for the forward spawn. They already capped the checkpoint, so no delay. See that Lip and Carpe actually just going for each other there. Carpe wants it.
Nice trade there. Beats. Ziaki still finds aim god. Carpe. Blown out there by Lee Jae-gon. Just a collapse for the Fusion here. Dragons have that.
This is about to be 90 meters.
Well, we passed the threshold. We passed the event horizon already, Avril. Is that what we're aiming towards right now?
I remember, you know, we talked about this in the sort of pre-game here, where it's like, you know, very momentum-based map. It's just been Dragons' favored as far as that goes so far. Very likely they get the first cap. They indeed do. I said 90 meters, or how about 100, says the Dragons.
Probably making it an even 103. That's what's happened right now. Zest needs life support. Fury. Rampage just finds one. We're finding a lot of solo rampages this game.
You can win a fight off that. You know, it's not all about how many you get sometimes. It's about making sure you can convert.
Yeah, there's a conversion. There's one. There's two. The Doc takes out Fury. There was some displacement applied.
I'm going to take it back.
I'll
take it back. That time, if they got more from Fury, maybe they would have won. I think I failed to acknowledge the part where Void just uses his own rampage.
Do you know what the problem is with that one as well, Avril? Is Void didn't even get the ideal usage. Void was also displaced.
Because what I'm thinking is, like, if you Fury Rampage while you into a fight, you should win from there. Okay, Lip just casually kills Carpe, as you do.
Disgusting. Who are you? Fighting so many with the blades!
They're gonna cap.
I think they are! There's 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, Admiral. We've gone well past the event horizon. We're diving straight to the center of the black hole.
Oh my goodness. We're about to see what the singularity looks like. Can they touch this? Just makes it in time. Ingod needs to rally. Zest needs a blade. Fusion needs a miracle.
And Zest pulls out that blade. The miracle, it might be delivered. Zest finding 2. Make it a 3. Okay. You've stayed out of the singularity for a couple more minutes, lads. You've still got a long way to go to break out of its gravity.
You didn't read the fine print. When I say miracle, I meant to turn around the whole map, not just to win one fight.
No.
You're still trailing by 115 meters? What? That's an understatement. It basically means I don't think Fusion can lose again. They kind of have to just play flawlessly, right, for a minute 30 in a row.
Yeah. They get stalled here. It's all over. Be used by Fixter very proactively. They need to convert this, otherwise they're going to start running this damage.
Nice.
Great attention play to Lip. That's what you got to see. Just shut him down immediately. Takes the overclock with him. Who are you as well? It's looking good for the Fusion right now. Both damage dealers removed. Take out DJ Gone. No opportunity to use the beat. All right. You've done that once. Let's see you do it about 5 more times. We might be able to call this a map win for you.
Sadly, you're not even exaggerating. It probably is like that many fights when you're over 100 meters behind in terms of raw difference. So you're about to. So once we hit 38, they're officially 100 meters behind and counting down from there. So if you're Dragons, again, I was going to say you don't need to embarrass Philly. I think that's mostly already happened. What you got to do here is just going to bank them ultimates and win. They're going to pull the trigger. Fury's low HP.
Can't lose Fury.
He needs a frag. He's desperate.
Rampage finds 3. The rally's going to try and save them. Fury goes down low. They did convert Void. This is looking good so far. 1-for-1 trade. And the rally will expire. Zest gets the advantage here. Payload still in control.
What is
Who
this,
are you?
hero
Brings the play.
blade?
Drops it back down. The showstopper from Who Are You? One more should do it. But he's still staggered out. Zest cuts him down. It's not over, but the time bank is in dire straits.
There's no members. The problem is Shanghai have close spawns. Fusion don't have spawns. They've actually gone back to Taxi. Fix is going to have to touch. Fix has to touch.
3,
Zest has to touch.
2. Zest does it. Overtime triggered. They're back into play. They can't lose the member. Zest has gone down. The problem with having to do the lone touch is you make yourself vulnerable. They take out Fixer as well. It's all over. The miracle has been denied. We knew it was going to be tough. But the Shanghai Dragons, Avril, they've done enough to close out the map. Make it a 3-1 scoreline. Colosseo is theirs. And the match win streak, that will continue.
You say they had enough to get it done. I would say that halfway through the map, they had enough to get what it done. It was already like 90 plus meters.
I'm trying to end on the high for the Fusion. Trying to end on the high.
It's already, well, they made it further. They made it a little bit further. So that's the high for the Fusion is which map did they win? The first one? Ilios.
They won the first
that's
one,
the high
yeah,
for
Ilios.
the Fusion. Since then, since Ilios, it did not look amazing. I think another high is potentially the fact that Shanghai weren't allowed to just finish the whole map. That would have been, that's probably one of the most one-sided things that can happen in all of Overwatch is for a full completion of Colosseo. So at least that didn't happen for the Fusion. We are kind of clutching at straws here in terms of silver linings, but you know the best silver linings for the Fusion is great Ilios, legitimately good 0.99 comeback. Carpe once again had a better map here than Zest, so eat your heart out. And Shanghai Dragons, I think as expected, do win, but with a little bit of a hiccup. Not flawless, but it is good. And Tread, why don't you do us the honors? I think there's only one person that can be player of the match here. It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, you can't even deny this. The impact that they had in this series, just even against their opposite man, just the amount of times they were able to just remove Carpe from the game. You probably watched a montage of just the Carpe kills, but the accuracy to flick onto Zest. Lip is your player of the match, and there was never going to be a doubt moving into Colosseo that that was the case. We were going to end up with this result.
Yeah, it's been a while since you see Lip take over. You know, 2021 he did plenty of that. Yeah, I think we have maybe a couple games this season where Lip looked like he could take over. But this was the match where he like just truly took the game into his own hands and did not allow the Fusion to do anything. I mean, not without any deaths. I mean, he still got caught out a couple times. He still died. Technically speaking, Who Are You out-fragged him on the final map, but across the board, and this is where Lip actually didn't get off the Sojourn. So for 4 maps, we have 45 final blows, of which 33 are from the rail, 124 elims, a lot of kill participation there, and 41,000 damage done over 4 maps, so getting more than 10k per map, which is really, really cool to see. Well, actually, some maps were, like maps like Colosseo, he didn't get over 10k, but maps like Junkertown, he got insane amounts of damage, right? So it all evens out at the end of the day. But that aside, just the impact, it's not even just the raw numbers or like how many he got, it's the raw impact of when he got them. They're typically first bloods. What did he shut down? Like, again, he forced Fixer into an Ajax on Junkertown, and shut down players like Zest and Carpe, a lot of Carpe, but also Zest. Like, part of the reason I think Zest didn't end up having the greatest series towards the end is because both Iziaki and Lip specifically just contained him. I mean, when your best player on the Philadelphia Fusion that's typically carried your team to victory gets contained in that kind of way, then your level of expression on the team suddenly drops by quite a lot, because a lot of Fusion series that we've seen in the past rely heavily on Zest to carry the team, and if he can't do that because Lip and Iziaki have shut him down, then there's not a lot left for the Fusion to do.
Yeah, you can't rely on the one strategy of letting Zest basically go and kill and win it for you, unfortunately. But there's a lot of things for the Fusion to unwind about, break down as they look towards the future, because you've still got plenty more matches in this stage. But that's it for today for the East region. We're about at the halfway point of all the Overwatch action this week. Obviously, you've got North America later, and of course, we'll be back tomorrow for more East region games. I've been Trid, this is Avril. Thank you so much, and we'll see you later.
Commence now.